Fixed it. We're back live. Done fixed it up.
Ish.
Yeah, we're just plugging stuff in over there. We just kept plugging stuff in until the smoke came out, and now we're back on the air. Sorry about that, folks, but we are back on the air for those of you watching at home. The good news is you have only missed fog. Beyond the mental fog that David carries with him every day of his life, we have had physical fog roll in and refuse to leave US 131 Motorsports Park. So just when we think it started to relent, it tends to roll back in. But there's a tiny breeze starting, which is the only thing that's going to save us. We can see into the shutdown area again.
You know, we've had a couple of drag weeks that were only 4 days instead of 5 due to weather.
Rain, yeah.
I don't recall ever losing a day in the middle of the week. We did that one thing where we drove back to Cordova.
Yeah.
But have we ever had a rained out day in the middle of the week? It's that brain fog. I don't know.
It is tough. I'll look back at my notes and see, but I don't necessarily ever remember going to a place and having the whole day wash and then leaving, going somewhere else.
Right.
The alterations, we mentioned it yesterday, a couple years ago with the hurricane came in. We let people just kind of go for a free-for-all to get to the next stop. We outran the weather that year, but if there may be somebody in the chat that was on a year that we had a midweek rainout, and that's not what's going to happen here today. We're just kind of having conversation here.
What year was the relentless monsoon? We got all of those photos. Wes Allison got all of those photos.
Of Atlanta.
Driving.
We started in Atlanta.
Absolute knee-deep water.
And that was before, it was probably 2016, 2017, because it's 2018. Because I remember you and I and Johnny Lindbergh and Richie Crampton did a video with NHRA, because at the time I hadn't achieved the station in life that I'm at now as a lead broadcaster. I was just one of the event guys still, and I remember we were doing a lot of just video content. The three of us made that video as the heavens opened up. We were sitting inside the tower, but yeah.
I'm talking 2007-ish. I'm talking real early in the program.
Let's see. I know 06 there was a rain day. Let's go back here.
It's a better view right now, isn't it?
06, lots of rain, lots of carnage, lots of road construction. 3 days of rain.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
So that's the one.
Eddie Miller, that was the year Eddie Miller won. Pro Street,
yeah.
He won Pro Street and overall, averaging 856.
Over 4 days.
The unlimited winner that year was Ray Herring at 1378. And he was the only car that survived the class that year. He was the last remaining entrant.
I think he was the only entrant.
Brian Rock won a small block naturally aspirated in his Pontiac GTO. Second year in a row he competed, 2005 and 2006. Kurt Urban won small block naturally aspirated that year. Kurt, a great engine builder, great hot rodder, had that Ratty Nova.
Working at Skog and Dickey now, as far as I know.
Yeah, twin turbo small block, that famous ratty looking Nova that was just
Green
absolutely awesome.
69-ish
Yeah.
Nova.
Big block naturally aspirated. Bill Fowler won that year in his big inch Ford 71 Mustang.
Convertible.
1,000 horsepower naturally aspirated engine in that car. Mike Walsh won big block power adder in a 66 Coronet. It was the only car that survived in that category to the end. Jim Neuenfeld won Daily Driver, which we now call Street Machine Eliminator, in the 2003 Chevy truck, averaging at 1103. And he beat Eric Neifert in the final of the bracket race to win his second year in a row. And Jay Brown, the Daily Driver, I actually forget about this. There was a Daily Driver 12-second class. There was an 11 and 12-second class back
at
then.
The time, yeah.
And Jay Brown and his 2005 Ford GT went 1203 at 119.
Just when you thought we would have less interesting commentary, you are now reading the phone book.
No, these are names of the past, man. We talked about 20th runner. We're going to celebrate the past. We're going to talk about some things that happened. These are guys that were there doing it in 06. 05, we talked about Carl Scott, Jim Neuenfeld, one small block power adder, Jay Brown, big block. Neifert, one and naturally aspirated small block. Brian Corrigan, one Daily Driver and a Mercury Capri. Tom, and what was crazy about that is him and a guy named Tom Foglid ended up tied at the very end of the week on their average, and it was actually Corrigan who got the win on speed. They both averaged a 12.005 second elapsed time over the week, and it went down to what's the tiebreaker, because I don't even think there was a tiebreaker at that point. It was every tiebreaker in drag racing tends to default to speed. So
mile an hour, yeah.
So that was the very first win in Daily Driver went to Brian Corrigan.
You mentioned Jay Brown, really some of the coolest cars in the history of small tire stuff at Drag Week.
The FE guy of all guys. He literally Jay Brown engine. from factory intakes to every aftermarket, good, bad, otherwise, small run, unique stuff.
We're neat. I remember the 69 Mach 1.
Yeah, the thick on motor. Yeah, you're right. He's an F.
Of Drag Week. One that stands dozen years that most Fox Mustangs at Drag
KJ Jones down there also crying alligator tears. If you want to hear KJ swear, just walk with him through the pits as you.
That was pretty good. What else?
But I mean, my cars have been big over the years. We got one this year, but we've had plenty of.
I remember Tony out of Arizona.
Tony Sanchez
had that AMX
yeah.
that was super cool. Changed the face of Drag Week is turbos. Higher rear end gears,
and you can
tighter
lope,
converters.
Yeah, you lope the thing down the road, and it's just the turbos are just kind of just little. We saw back in the early days was Denny Terzic when he ran the Pro Charger, he would just take the belt off it, right? And it was like, whoa, you can do that. We've seen all kinds of methods of like that of crutching it up, and the Crampton Lindbergh method was the greatest
of all time.
This is world history.
So they had an actual top alcohol engine,
PSI screw blower on it.
In their 57 Chevy, and to drive it on the street, they had a throttle body under the blower, and so they were driving it naturally aspirated with no belt on it.
Yeah, the throttle body went where the burst panel would normally be.
Right.
And the intake manifold.
So that was Johnny Lindbergh and Richie Crampton, who were out at the track in Indy yesterday.
And Richie's watching today. He's texting us.
Yeah. The other thing I recall on that was Carl Scott changed his intake manifold every day.
Yeah, center section, intake manifold, windows, the works.
And remember, Eddie Miller had some 1.2 ratio rocker arms made to not beat up valve springs or lifters or anything else, because a 1.2 is going to give you a lot less lift and give you a lot less valve spring pressure at peak lift, and so everything just runs easier, and he would just change the rocker arms every day.
Eddie changed the rockers every day, and if he could have only changed his personality, if that would have been even better.
Boy, he just became the guy you love to hate for so many years.
Robert Finley Beck, please come to the timing tower. We have a lost item that you will need to return to Eureka, Nevada. KJ Jones is in the pits ranting and raving about something and someone.
Thanks, Brian. KJ in the pits here, courtesy of Mickey Thompson Tires and Wheels. I have Rob Sinkert with me. Rob Sinkert is driving a 1984 Pontiac Grand Prix in the Super Street Big Block Power Adder category. As you know, Mark Cicino drives a Pontiac Grand Prix in Super Street Small Block Power Adder, but Rob's car here is pretty unique. Brian and I and David have been talking about it. This car is an impound right now because it is one of the quickest 3 cars in the Big Block, Super Street Big Block Power Adder category. This car is powered by not a Big Block Chevy. You would think that there's a Big Block Chevy, and if you're looking at the cylinder heads, that might be a giveaway to some experts. I mean, to me, they're just cylinder heads. But anyway, if you look down here, right here, you see that aqua blue color? People watching on the live stream? That's a Pontiac engine. This is a pure Pontiac engine in this car. And while most people cop to the Big Block Chevy, it's like really hero stuff to do what Rob is doing with this car with a Pontiac. Now, Rob, come on over here, sir. Rob, how quick is this car? Big Block, Super Street Big Block Power Adder. That's typically a low 8 to 7 second class. What's this car running right now?
I went on 816 on Monday, 806 yesterday. It's been as fast as 799 and 794, and it's 3,700 pounds. So.
He said 3,700 pounds, 3,700 pounds, which is phenomenal heavy weight for any type of a race car, let alone one that's powered by a Pontiac. You know, Pontiac kind of gets the bad rap, if you will. I mean, it's a great, great engine, but you don't see a lot of them in drag racing right now.
Yeah, you definitely don't have the support as much as you would have with a small block or an LS or big block. You can get anything for them. These are a little different. These are non-traditional Pontiac heads or canted valve deals, so super fun and easy to get parts for, as you can imagine.
And what is the rest of the combination? You have twin turbos on it. It's a dry sump engine. You told me off camera that you have a unique and I guess custom front cover on our timing cover. Tell me about this a little bit.
Yeah, it's a Ram Air Restorations cover that's just a smooth cover, gets rid of the water pump so we can run a remote pump. And I have a Aeromotive 12-gallon pump running right off the front of the cam, which we just pull it off and put a spacer in there for the drive so it's not spinning when we're driving. We just run 2 fuel systems, run pump gas on the street, and then methanol at the track. And it seems to work pretty good. Just flip a switch and then you're ready to go, other than putting the pump back on.
Well, it looked like you were cruising when we went past you on the freeway coming down this way yesterday, and I see your wife is back there chilling right now. But as far as, I should ask her, ride compliance, are you comfortable? I see a Kirky race seat in here, and you're going thousands of miles collectively, or 800 or so miles collectively, in a Kirky racing seat. The doting wife, how do you feel about all of this? I mean, you're with Rob for the long haul, or is this something like, you know, Rob, take me back to the house?
Ride or die.
Ride or die. A keeper, Rob.
Yeah.
A keeper. This is what you call a keeper, homeboy.
We're going on 22 years here, so.
Awesome. Good for you. And what's your name?
Becky.
Becky, what is your favorite thing about Hot Rod Drag Week?
Just the people. 100% the people are great.
And the competition, are you a competitive type?
Yes.
See that? Pressure, no pressure. You got to go home to this.
Yeah. She's competitive. She's competitive for sure.
Awesome, man. Going down the drivetrain real quick. So you have your big block Pontiac, Turbo 400.
Turbo 400, got a gear vendor on there. 340 gears out back, so it cruises down the freeway, 2200. Nice. It's actually staying cool this year. I made some changes in the off season, so happy about that. But yeah, just going down the road, we haven't had a knock on wood. Can find me some wood. It's been pretty uneventful on the drive so far. This is our 4th drag and drive with this car, and we're really hoping to finish this one. We've had other issues, valve train stuff, so hopefully got that all sorted out.
And real quick, talking about valve train, I brought that up yesterday. Some racers will change the valve train or just make adjustment for the drive, basically, and then come back and tighten down the valve lash for drag racing. You pretty much leave yours constant.
Yeah, I run it a little tighter than the spec for the cam and everything is, so just to try and a little less banging around on the rocker arms and everything, try and make everything survive. So.
Understand. Well, good luck to you, Rob. Thank you very much for your time. Good luck. As I said the other day, Impound here, this whole area, and if you turn around there, Josh, and just show the Impound area, it's buzzing right now. Rob is kind of taking it easy and he's ready, but you have the Nova here in front of us, and you have Brian Goldstone, you have Alex Taylor, several others, and there's a huge crowd of spectators around here just checking this out. This area is special. It's a lockdown area where very limited amount of support. Basically, it's the racer and his partner, or his or her partner, that can make changes and, in a sense, touch the race car in this area. And some people are just prepping to get out there on the road. Some people, like Brian Goldstone, are fighting against some situations that they had on the road yesterday and trying to make it into, or back into, ability to get out there on the track and then get down the road. So this is really a very interesting, concentrated area. Rob right here is chilling right now. And we're going to stay here. We're going to go inside the staging lanes, just bring you whatever we can as we wait to get on the track here at Hot Rod Drag Week 2024, presented by Gear Vendors Overdrive. I'm KJ Jones in the pits. Thanks, Mickey Thompson Tires and Wheels, for making this happen.
Thank you very much, KJ. Great report from down there in the pits. For the multitudes of times this morning we have made progress with the fog, and we continue to do that. I can actually see the sand trap now from the timing tower, which is not something we've been able to do for the better part of an hour. So I would like to probably hear from Lonnie Grimm on what our go plan is here and clarity plan and where it is. But right now we are in better shape visually than we have been probably since about 9:30 this morning, which is an hour ago. And I bet in the next 10 minutes it's going to be much clearer than that. So, Lonnie, hit us up on the tech side of things. One of the things I was going to bring up was the 2012 running of Drag Week, so now we're talking a decade and 2 years ago, was the long week. We actually finished on Saturday that year. If you remember right, we got to Tulsa, was the start and finish. And I remember it because I made a very significant gaffe.
I remember this, yeah.
So there was a vote taken. We get to Tulsa on Friday, and this maybe is one of those questions about a rain out. We get to, and it's raining all day, and there's no real hope coming for that day, but tomorrow looks better, and there's a vote taken, I think, or it was done internally. But it was the moment was kind of confusing. Everybody had their opinion on what we're going to do, and then you walk out of the room, and you basically look at me, you're like, all right, you know what to tell them. I'm like, okay, we're done. So I'm like, well, everybody, thank you very much, and that's it. And you're like, no. Like, okay, so what I meant to say was we're racing tomorrow. And so, yeah, we finished it on Saturday. But I think one of the reasons we did that, or that decision was made, was because it was the single best Larson-Lutz head-to-head battle of all time. Larson won the event, 7:06 average to the 7:07 of Lutz. And on that Saturday, they went back and forth, and Larson had his problems, but he had a couple of these like home runs that came when he just was out of time for the end of a day. He'd make a killer hero lap. Same thing happened on that Saturday. He was able to step up and drop a huge one on the scoreboards. But yeah, that was the week where we went an extra day.
And I remember Mike Roy was flamed at the decision. Super mad because he had a broken something or other, and he would have won class that day. Yep. But by adding the day on Saturday, he was not in competition.
Yeah, there were some pretty heavy opinions back and forth on that. Obviously, those people that were in the lead wanted it to end as soon as possible, but it was a great day at Tulsa, which a track we have visited several times on Drag Week over the years. KJ Jones has corralled the one and only Lonnie Grimm down there at the starting line.
Brian, David, I'm in the staging lanes with the one and only Mr. Lonnie Grimm. Lonnie is your technical director, race director. What's your official title here so people know?
So, director of competition.
Director of competition, not only here, you're a director of competition and tech, where else?
I'm over at the NHRA side. I'm the national tech director over there.
National tech director, and he's my guy. This is a big fellow. But listen, we've been waiting for quite a while. I'm just wondering, first and foremost, how do you think Drag Week is going so far?
Drag Week's good. It's always exciting. I come in and get started on Monday with the drivers meeting. We walk through, we give them some instruction on what to expect for the week. The Sunday went really well this year for tech and through Turk and through class tech. And so everybody was really excited to start the week. We got started on a great day at Columbus. We ended up yesterday over at Indianapolis. We got the track where we needed it a little bit later in the morning and had some good performance over there. Overall this year is really exciting because we're seeing a lot of really tight classes. Back-to-back, 2 or 3, 4, 5, 6 people in the hunt. We're only at midweek. As soon as we get to run here, we're going to be fast.
Definitely, and tight classes. Wednesday or day 3 of Drag Week is, I call it pivot day. This is where if you're in any kind of a hunt, you need to pivot. You need to really make a hard move now to get to the end of this thing. And if you haven't gone all in yet, you need to think about when do I need to go all in to either stay in front or maintain position. Just basically don't let anybody come around you between now and our last day of Drag Week. Lonnie, we hear the drag on the track right now, trying to put a little more rubber down on it. We've been fighting a dew condition. We've been fighting a fog condition. Do you have any insights for the people that are watching on the internet, people that are right here right now, on when we might go racing?
We originally said it looked like it would be 8:40. Then that moved to 9:30. I need those flags to blow a little bit. We need to get this fog out of here. The racetrack is really, really good, but we want to be able to see our competitors all the way to the end of the racetrack for the turnoff. I don't want to send anybody with any question. We'll get this fog out of here. I'm hoping within the hour we're seeing cars do burnouts and go down the racetrack, put some numbers on the board.
Excellent. Thanks, Lonnie. The racetrack is really, really good. So the track is good. We really want to make sure or hope that the air stays good right now. The air when we came in here was just about 1,000 feet. We crept up on 1,200 feet. Hopefully we don't get too far above, let's just say 1,500 before we get these cars down the track for the first time. Thank you, Lonnie. This is KJ coming to you from the staging lanes at Hot Rod Drag Week 2024, presented by Gear Vendors Overdrive. And Mickey Thompson Tires and Wheels brings you this live feed. Brian, David, back to you.
Thank you very much, KJ. You can see the rotator out there, and more importantly, hear it doing some work on the racetrack, which is going to be absolutely on kill. We can still see the sand trap. We can see it a little bit more clear now, and it will be the decision of the racetrack, of course, and Lonnie Grimm. When we send that first pair down, I would highly recommend, if you're near the front of the staging lanes, please be around your vehicle. Don't blame me if you've wandered off at this point, but please get yourself back into that area. I'm not saying we're ready to go in the next 2 minutes, but I am saying that when we are ready to go, if you're like in the front of the line and not by your car, I'm going to hate you.
Right.
I'm going to hate you.
We would
Don't
love
make
to
me
see
hate you.
Cars going down track is better than cars parked.
I'm a lover,
in the
not a
staging
fighter.
lanes.
I don't want to be hating anybody, but just don't make me do it. Everybody else will hate you too.
Apparently,
David's familiar.
I'm your exception. Questions from the live feed audience would help us vamp at this point. So,
yeah, I mean, listen, we can go through. Both of us have these piles of documentation on all these different.
Lots of data. I bet it was only 5 years ago that I went through and compiled all the records and everything like that. And fortunately, Mike Alimi at Hot Rod has kept that going so that we have lots and lots of phone books to read. Critical questions in the chat. Is the boat still in?
Yes, it is. We saw the boat come cruising by this morning.
It has not sunk yet. Yeah, I do have a sinking feeling every time it comes to the line. Yeah, just fishing for puns here.
Why doesn't Freiberg eat bird? He doesn't like the way bird tastes.
Yeah, bird doesn't taste good. Pigs taste pretty good. Pigs actually taste better than cows in my estimation. Cows are edible, but we need the Wambulance back. Is that actual Eddie Miller commenting that after you threw him under the bus?
It could be. Listen, I didn't throw him under the bus. Listen, Eddie's a good guy. Eddie's a good guy, and he's
you take away the personality, and he's great.
Yeah. You swap that out with something else. It's like getting rid of the 302 for an LS motor. It's just, you change things around. You know who I haven't seen? We have not seen the master mechanic roll in yet.
No. Oh, Brian, why'd you say that? The numbers are plummeting on the live feed now.
They are. Beetlejuice. Slowest vehicle on Drag Week this year would be what we believe to be a Slant 6 powered Chrysler product.
Well, I can tell you, Brian. Someone on the live feed is very kindly continuing to remind people to sign up for your and my YouTube channel. We both have very cleverly named channels.
Yes.
Yours would be Brian Loans, and mine would be David Freiberger.
There's the look under the hood of the 8-second all-wheel drive Honda, one of your and my favorite cars out here because it is just so sleepy. It is a beautiful car, very well executed. You saw that engine compartment, and the fact that it is built so robustly, it launches hard and just pulls like a freight train. And look under the hood of Andy Starr's machine.
You ask what's the slowest car of Drag Week, and I say yes, it is Chad Witham in his 1975 Plymouth Duster. Right now his average is 1987. If he has a bad day, he probably would have been better off just taking the 20 seconds by just taking the beams and backing out. That's what we do. That's what the rules say, is if you can't make a pass, all you have to do is break the beams, and we give you a 20-second ET so that you can stay in Drag Week competition. We have had cars that were so slow that they would have had a better week if they had simply broken the beams each day. All right, Eddie Miller still asking us about the Wambulance. Early on at Drag Week, Mike Finnegan and I were at Bowling Green, and I think you'll recall that Bowling Green had a gnarly flood at one point. The whole place was underwater.
Only like every 5 years.
Yeah,
I mean,
that happens all the time.
Yeah, legitimately, that place will get 8 to 10 feet of water when the river, runs over. I don't say every 5 years, but yeah, a decade or so, and they dry everything off and clean everything up and get back to it. But it's like you think this is the end of it, but they just deal with it.
They did not dry off or clean up this ambulance that they had, which was a Ford E250 with a diesel in it. And so we went and found Dallas, and we're like, do you actually need this thing? He's like, no. And so we bought it from the track, and the inside of it was full of mold. It was terrible, but it still ran and drove. So Finnegan and I did Drag Week in it. We were just driving around from track to track in that thing. And I remember a couple of nights it was raining so bad. It was so dark. We stayed in the thing behind a bank parking lot one night. I remember getting some Colt 45s and spending the night in the ambulance. And then we also got a big nitrous bottle for it and ran it. And we would just run the hose directly into the intake. And while he was driving, I would open the bottle or vice versa. And I think we might have gotten that thing into the 20s.
Over the course of years, we have gone on our own investigative missions when we've had suspicions about competitors. And David and I forget who else, maybe Michelle was in the car with us that night. We had a suspicion about a guy who may have been cheating, so we decided to tail them, basically, followed them at a distance. They pulled into a gas station. We thought, okay, they're probably going to get some help here. So then we decided to hide behind a bank across the street from the gas station, which, if you hide behind a bank at night in a small town, the police want to talk to you about it.
What do you know?
Yeah. So in our investigative prowess, we ended up getting questioned by the police as to why we were sitting in the dark behind a bank together.
You remember who that was that we were snooping on?
I asked Mary down there getting himself a little nap this morning. One of the guys who was doing so well in our 850 battle that we have raging on this week.
You can see over here what the live feed is showing currently.
Or you can see right in front of you.
No. That's on delay. That's not what the audience installs once in a while. We have had some interesting
for jumping off for deal life.
That one's kind of the cliche.
But that thing also, to this point, it shook the tires so often back in the day that Joe probably still has chattering jaw from that. It was a tire shaking machine for a while.
I remember when the entire convertible top flew off a Fox Mustang at Indy.
Forgot about that.
The whole thing.
All of it.
Mechanism and all. That was pretty great. T-tops are fairly normal, and that's a bummer because they shatter into a million pieces.
We've rear windows.
Rear windows.
We've had rear windows come out.
Yep. And, of course,
side windows.
Finnegan's trunk lid. That thing went to the moon like it was a funny car body.
Yep.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, Tom Bailey, first
Warrants
popular. Tom Bailey ripped the door skin off his car at Bowling Green one year.
He made that popular because then Alex Taylor blew her own doors off as well.
And then, of course, Brian Goldstone did the same thing, and we had the epic photo of him going down the highway with no door in the car.
Yep. We have seen guys take off their doors for the highway drive because it's so brutally hot and smelly inside their cars.
We did that.
That was Brian in my rental car. Nah, I treed you on that.
Here's a look at that dual Whipple setup right now on the machine. This guy just dove out of the way. You're good, man. You can touch that thing. So you have a pair of Whipple blowers on top of a big block Chevy and the really cool-looking Camaro.
Hoods fly off all the time, and we saw a bumper cover on day one.
Yeah, we lost the bumper cover. We shot a hood into the air at Indy yesterday. The Mopar hood was carried back on the back of a Mustang. I'm not sure what the logic was there, but they got the job done.
Oh, we have shot intake manifolds and carburetors and hood pieces up into the air.
Ned Dunphy's launching of the top of that intake manifold at Carolina Dragway last year. You could find photos of it on the internet. No kidding, the thing was at least 100 feet in the air. They went into retrieve where it landed, and they found a heretofore undiscovered tribe of people. It was that deep in the woods down there. They walked up, and there was a whole bunch of people. Yeah, and there was a whiskey still. Yeah, who knew? Warren Evans, not bragging, but just letting us know he was the guy that risked it all to go get the top of that intake manifold.
I appreciate Drag Racer TV because they're giving us something to look at down in the staging lanes that isn't me and Brian. Getting some good coverage on foot down there with our mobile cameras. Josh Tickle Fits? As opposed to Brian, who
better
is
you than me.
Fickle. Never mind.
Oh, man. That's the name of my band in high school. People bringing up the leaf blower Monza from back in the day.
Leaf Blower Monza was a roadkill episode where Finnegan and I went to Jeff Lutz's shop, and we had this 305 4-speed Monza. It was cool, and we hooked up 5 leaf blowers in the trunk, and we put it on his chassis dyno, and it actually made power. We drove it out to the Wilmington Standing Mile event and ran it with and without the leaf blowers, and it actually worked. But then that thing ended up, I don't even remember how, becoming the property of Jeff Lutz. And early in his career as being a celebrity, he went to a car show up in Canada, and he just threw the Monza in the trailer with him. and displayed it at the show next to his race car, and was super annoyed to discover that people were like, Monza, it's a leaf blower, Monza! They were packing around it instead of his car, and he was like, oh man, this thing's a good draw. And I'm making t-shirts. So that was a lot of fun. He still has it. All right, this is a car that we love from early days of Drag Week, John Huber's Fox Mustang with the 4-cylinder turbo in it. This was famous for big wheel stands back in the day. Also famous for not finishing the week, I think.
It was on a hair trigger, small displacement, a lot of boost, and certainly drove the thing hard. He's laughing. He's shaking his head down there.
How many times did you enter Drag Week and fall out? Let's see the fingers. Not that finger. 4 times. 4 times he entered and came out. You know what? We love seeing you back, though. Thank you for coming.
And look, that thing in 05, who was doing this in 05, right? I mean, that was like, that was a shocking car to see how fast it was then 20 years ago when the turbo stuff just was by no means as common as it is now.
Yeah. No, I love that thing. It's great. Jeff Oppenheim there on the left-hand side was our Spirit of Drag Week winner one year when the thing caught on fire on the drive and a bunch of other Drag Weekers got out and helped him put it out. If you look at the driver's side of that burgundy El Camino right behind you, thank you very much, go look at the driver's front fender and you will see that it has still been decorated by flame.
Lonnie Grimm, if you get a second, if you could just shoot us a text message on kind of what your outlook is plan-wise here, now that we have a visual that takes us all the way to the end of the racetrack. We can see the wood line. I can see my house from here. Any update on when we were hoping or what you want to see before we send our first pair would be great. If you are in the staging lanes, please do not be too far away from your car. We want to do the old presto change-o, run-o down the track-o, quick-o move when we can here. Guy asked, I have a question. What started the unlimited class in Hot Rod Drag Week?
I'm trying to think what was the actual impetus for it. I think it was the fact that faster and faster cars were showing up and people were giving us the whole that isn't a street car thing and they needed a place to race. So we made a class that had no rules other than that actually became before the Ultimate Iron class.
Yes.
Which was developed because people wanted to see the stock appearing cars on a stock wheelbase instead of the Pro Mods. And so Ultimate Iron is a full tube chassis car with a stock body configuration. I think there were
drag weeks past that we'll be seeing again next year. That is in the hands of a very good racer right now, Dave Ahoke. It was the red car with the gold stripes.
Was it before the Willys?
No, the Willys was before that, but the Willys was not like a Bickle built car.
Okay.
Access on it. So that car's been bought intact, in very good condition, being stepped up and modernized a little bit, and it will be back out here. And the guy who has it is a very experienced racer and somebody that is going to be pretty big block Chevy with twins. I think it was actually like an SB2 with a turbo on it or something like that. It was different.
Vaguely familiar.
ETA on activity burnouts in 10 minutes. Lane 6, load up. Lane 6, in cars. Helmets on, let's get ready to roll. Lane 6, in cars, ready to roll, or inside of 10 minutes from getting this day started, only 3 hours late.
Sweeter words have never been spoken than, gentlemen, fire your engines here at US 131 today.
You know, people say chivalry's dead. I'm looking down here. We got a guy putting he's putting a little pink carpet deal down so you guys don't get wet on the stands. This is nice. This is very well done. David wouldn't have done that. You're not that type of guy. He would have said, sit down.
Not for you.
I wouldn't ask you to do it for me. All right, Robert Finley Beck. We're begging you to come up here to the timing tower. Robert Finley Beck, we want to meet you and give you back your belongings. Lane 6 racers in cars. Let's get ready to go. If you're in lane 6, let's get them strapped in, ready to go. Traction compound hitting the surface. When the sprayer's off, the games will begin.
That big delay is going to help a lot of racers who are just now pulling into the track. They probably needed some help this morning, still working on their cars. We know Mike Finnegan would be one of those.
He's probably very close to arrival at this point.
He must be. Someone on the feed asking if Clark Rosenstengel is still in, and we believe so. Oh, we're getting news here from the track that he did drive in.
Saw him
we
this
drove
morning.
past him. That's right. He's parked over underneath the building over there. So, yeah, he is here, ready to go. The live feed is having a look inside Glenn Hunter's car there. You can see it's got the Loans sticker in the back window. Some guys made those a few years ago, which was awesome. When Loans first started doing the anchor announcing for the NHRA, they made these stickers that said, "Loans, make announcing great again." Loans has not delivered on that promise, but the stickers are cool. Yeah, I say that when he's out of the tower because I am a guy in a battle of wits with no weapon. And so when he's out of the tower, it is way, way better for me. Oh, no, as he returns. As he returns.
You know, this is such a well-appointed track. Even the restrooms have speakers in them. Not cool, man. Not cool.
I believe we're looking at Les Smith here.
It does appear we are looking at Les Smith, and, man, look at all the plumbing.
That looks like your typical street car.
You
can Bluetooth to that thing, right?
Yeah, you can Bluetooth your intercooler.
Where's the nav? Wow. Intercooler right there. Les Smith currently leading unlimited because the Viper has fallen out.
Who is his passenger? Hervé Villachez? I mean, who can fit on that side of the car?
Well, yeah, he was cremated, and so I think they poured him in.
Gary Coleman's not around anymore either. I don't know who's riding in that thing.
That black Camaro's best number of the week was on day one, a 725 at 199.40. If he can tickle that into 200 miles an hour and complete the week, he will be another entry into the Hot Rod Magazine 200-mile-an-hour club.
Pretty great Facebook post into the Drag Week 2024 group by Jake Cartwright with the kids. Miss School, send it, and school is spelled S-K-O-O-L.
Perfect.
Awesome stuff, and a very worthy cause to spend a couple of days seeing how the real world works out here.
Yes, live feed, I hate to break it to you, the Viper is out.
Well, Snowbars, I didn't know your real name, so that's why I didn't use it.
Jokes for a very narrow audience right there.
No, just a short one. Oh, cool. Thank you very much. We have our monitor up here.
And what indicates which one is live?
If your car has a propensity to wheelie, be ready. If the car's a little light in the front end on the starting line, it's going to look like a Zeppelin when you hit the gas out here. This thing is primed up, glued up, rotated up, and dragged. They have kept on top of the surface because they have so much moisture in the air. These guys have been on it the whole morning, whether with the flat drag or the rotator, and just got one more shot of glue. Yeah, as he's rotating it, the dull nature of the area is actually turning shiny again. So there is plenty of grip out there.
That is one of the challenges of Drag Week, is dealing with different track conditions every single day. Be curious to see if some of the faster cars shake out here.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. I would not come out conservatively this morning. If that's your plan, then you may want to wait around a while. But as we've seen over the last couple of days, by the end of the day, no matter where we've been, even if it's been a little iffy in the morning, it has really worked. The tracks have come all the way around. This one, visually anyway, is the best thing you guys have been on all week long to start with. We have not seen many crew member gaffes on the starting line as far as lost shoes or socks, but it does appear as though we're going to be doing that today, and it may be starting right now. My man's about to lose a sketcher out there. The slip-ins always seem like a good idea, and then you get to the drag strip. Not so much anymore.
The falling down on the track and not being able to get up because your hand is glued to the ground is one of the greater things in drag racing.
2 reports from the starting line area of guys, and both said it is insane down here.
Yeah.
Now this is a US 131, the staple moment with the lights on. Last lap.
Okay, this is good. So an indicator, you see the strobe light, load them up. That means last lap. When they throw the strobe light on, that is the last trip for the tractor. So drivers should be in cars. They should be helmeted up. And they should be ready to test the robust nature of every driveline component they own, because this thing's going to try to stop everything dead in its tracks when you hit the gas.
Someone's commenting that Finnegan's 55 is going to look like the guy Ambrose in the Orange Gremlin.
Brian Ambrosini.
Up and over onto the roof. Hopefully not.
Yeah, and he built that thing to do that on purpose.
I know.
Yeah.
I think he owns a body shop.
Brian Ambrosini was away from that scene for a couple of years, but he's since returned. Since returned with a vengeance. Yeah, car is ready to go. All right, my microphone cord almost fell out again, but I saved it this time because pro announcer, that's why. It's what you do. Glorious sounds and glorious sights of cars approaching the water box here at US 131 Motorsports Park.
Josh Norris and Frank Romano are going to be the first pair down.
So the 2 screaming engines here coming through the water box. Both cars looking neat as a pin, even after the miles they have put on them. And we are off and running. Romano snicking through the gears on the right-hand side of the drag strip. That Casino Lane, 47 on the train. Romano goes 990 at a speed of 136.90. Norris goes 994.9 at 133.81 in the VP Racing Fuels lane. Mark Cicino rolls up on the left side. Cicino in the car they call the Champagne Express, the Pro-Charge small block in the front of his 1986 Pontiac, and Glenn Sheely on the right-hand side of the racetrack. Sheely, the 1962 Corvette. Sheely's car has that cool plexi scoop on top of the intake manifold and the carburetors. And meanwhile, Cicino's car is tidy and quick. Cicino's car running up near toward the center line, but this thing is prepped wall-to-wall. 856 at 162 for Cicino, and 880 at 151 miles an hour for Glenn Sheely in the Corvette. The Pontiac of Randy Bellahar coming up on the right side, purging the nitrous. Bellahar lined up next to Corey Pant, the tail-striped Dart.
Brian, look at the crowd.
Awesome. Awesome to have everybody here. We love each and every one of you for coming out to hang out here at US 131 Motorsports Park in the middle of the week. Got a little case of the drag racing flu. We respect that. Randy Bellahar, right side, one last purge of the nitrous. It is hard hooking out there. 125 in the 60 for Bellahar. Yanks the chute, goes 852.4 at 154.48, and he actually had the shootout early. 10:01.8 at 128.90 for Corey Pant in the Dart. TJ Linebaugh and Randy Stewart. Randy Seward coming up on the right side, the 1991 Mustang. The goal here for Seward is very easy. Run 850 and get out of Dodge. For TJ Linebaugh, also in that 850 class, a street race small block power adder division. Seward's a class leader, needs a clean one here. Hovers the front end, as that car likes to do on a good racetrack. Goes through the 8th mile at 5:47. Here it comes. Seward goes through an 850 with a 7. 160 miles an hour, Yahtzee. 856.7 at 158 for TJ Linebaugh.
That does keep him ahead of Bill Schwartz. Seward's Mustang just ran 850 with a 7. The average for Schwartz is 850 with an 8.
A pretty interesting scene here, David. I look back, the entire impound area has evacuated itself, so we got a lot of impound cars coming into the lanes very quickly here.
And that means the quick cars.
Nick Deleno right side, the 2015 Hellcat, and Jim Weiser, the 1984 Monte Carlo Supersport. Weiser coming out of the state of New York to compete this year in Drag Week as he bounces his way in.
That should be a 9.0 car. If he goes 8s, it'll be his first time here on Drag Week doing that.
He may be heading that direction. He goes 576 in the 8th mile, and he goes 903, 147. He was close. 1076, 127 for Deleno. If there is one guy who is the happiest in this whole place to see a nice shiny racetrack in front of him, it is Dave Deal in this orange Mustang. Deal's car, he's going to be lined up next to Jim Treadle. Deal has been trying to run a 6-second lap all week long, and frankly, I'm not sure the setup that we've had, or his setup, has matched so well to the surfaces we've seen so far. Not that they've been bad, but the way this car is set up to be a very radial, heavy style prep car, I think this is going to work in his favor. For Jim Treadle, one of the cleanest cars on the property, the 1968 Firebird.
Speaking of the Mustang on the right lane, he's been 814 and 739, so this is likely to be his best pass of the week.
The Racecraft-built Mustang over there.
And Treadle in the green Firebird, a beautiful car, by the way, is leading Super Street Big Block Power Adder. This thing is a mid-7s car.
Beadlock style wheels, a set of 315 radials on the back of it. Deal spools the turbo up on the right side. Deal finally got it to stick. He takes it through the 8th mile at a 4:59, and Deal goes 7:08 at 195 miles an hour. That is his best run by more than a second. Absolutely exactly what this team was looking for. Glenn Hunter is another of these guys, just like you've seen so far. And Les Smith coming up in the 5th-gen Camaro next to him. That is I believe it is a Steve Morris-built LS combination.
And Les Smith in the black car, our leader in Unlimited, and strangely not in the top 3 quickest cars of the meet. As a matter of fact, he's not even in the top 5. However, this is a car that's run 725.
Brought just to the edge of the pre-stage beam by his crew guy, who frankly is a lot taller than I would have expected. And Glenn Hunter is on the opposite side of the racetrack, that 1956 Chevy with his radials on the back. Hunter's car has run in the 6s, not this week at Drag Week, but at other events, and he has run close to 200 miles an hour. Glenn Hunter's on one, baby. Hangs the front end 100 feet. Through the 8th mile at 4:56, and Hunter goes 7:004 at 200 miles an hour. 683.3 at 207. It is home run derby out here this morning. And for Les Smith, that 683.3 puts him in league with even the second quickest car in Ultimate Iron. Now that's only one run. It's got to bring his average down, but we're finally starting to see what we can get ultimate performance-wise out of these things. And for Glenn Hunter, spectacular stuff, and here comes Bryant Goldstone.
You know, this was the day that the wheels fell off the program on the drive last night. We lost 36 cars on the drive, but now we've got a track where these cars are really showing what they can do. Bryant Goldstone on the right-hand side in the Javelin is your quickest car on property for the average of the last 2 days. That is a 6:51 at 2:24.
The big issue, or potential big issue here, is the fact we have seen these radial cars work so well. Bryant Goldstone is on massive slick tires. And what is normally the case at a drag strip, when you see the radial cars working as well as we've seen them, the level of tightness of the racetrack, the level of physical grip is so high that you have to walk a very tight rope to get a big slick tire to work. Tire shake could be in the forecast here for Goldstone. Then again, they have so much experience with this car, they may know how to tune around it. Craig Douglas is in the other lane.
You're going to want to look at this dart because he has been running 8.0s, potential 7-second run in the green dart on this pass.
And trouble for Goldstone as that car came up on boost and shut off. Trying to spool it again. Yep, shook the tires. You can look, oh boy, and it spit stuff out of it.
That looks like a paper bag.
That and some other stuff that came out before the napkin hit the ground. You can see Craig Douglas going 8:14 at 168.60. A bunch of water came out of it as well, but you can see that the tire marks, the chatter marks just off the starting line for Bryant Goldstone. And look, that's going to be a challenge for some other racers too.
Well, between the water on the ground and the puff of smoke that we saw off the right-hand side, what's your guess on cylinder head or on cylinder head?
Well, we
gasket?
know it's not. Was a lot of carbon in the exhaust, so would be my guess. But
up end here a couple years ago and got upside down, and I think that they traced that down to a head gasket blowing water out.
And I believe they are running it without water in the block today on the racetrack, is what we were told. Yeah, the plan was to run it dry. So a great flurry of some very quick runs here as we're going to, again, just touch up that right side because there was a little liquid left behind Goldstone's car. Psyched for Glenn Hunter to get that 200-mile-an-hour time slip and just about whiff it into the sevens, or the sixes rather, a 700 run. For those of you that have never attended a Drag Week event before, you're seeing many of these cars for the first and only time. A guy like Glenn Hunter is probably going to be satisfied, as tempting as it is to come back up here and put up a 6-second lap. The idea of surviving to the end of the week typically dictates that when you get a run that is very good, you use that self-control to hand in your time slip and move on to the next one.
Well, and he just put 100 yards on Evan Herkwitz in his 79 Malibu. Glenn's average coming in was 782. He went 733 the first day, 831 the second day. That was a number right there on the 7.0 that will hold him in the lead of Pro Street Power Adder.
And remember, you're going to be handing in your time slips on the second floor. You're going to come to the second floor of the timing tower. It is room 24. You'll be greeted by our crack staff in there. They have laptops and they have tablets. We have taken away their
abacus in there somewhere.
Yeah, they had a scooter, but we took that away earlier in the week due to an incident. So the scooter privileges have been revoked. But other than that, they still have all their equipment. Michelle has written us a list of classes and then threatened to take it back from us just seconds later. That's how it goes here. Easy come, easy go. And the flat drag probably going to make this final pass, and we'll turn the cars loose again. Second floor of the timing tower for your time slips. Make sure you get them turned in. We will be stopping time slip turn in 30 minutes after the last car runs, which of course is going to be later on this afternoon than was initially planned because of the late start. Engines fired. And so we have cars fired up and heading toward the water box. Evan Urkowitz and Matt Sweet. Another couple of big names here. We mentioned Evan Urkowitz is a guy who is one of the challengers to Glenn Hunter's car, or was a little bit tighter than he is now. And for Matt Sweet, that 1976 Nova, if he finishes the week, will be the quickest naturally aspirated car in the history of the event.
We'll have the quickest single pass at least.
Evan Urkowitz decided that about a 250-foot burnout was the way to go there. He wanted to show everybody just how beautiful both sides of that car are.
Keep in mind that the Nova on the left-hand side is naturally aspirated, and you should see a 770 or better out of it.
It's a 762 cubic inch Sonny Leonard next-gen Hemi, which was a design that he came out with in the earlier 2000s and incorporates some of the Chevy bottom-end stuff, but a hemispherical cylinder head. Mountain Motor Pro Stock racers were on these things very early, and now we got one here in a street car. Sweet's looking good. They replaced a lifter on the side of the highway yesterday, and Sweet through the 8th mile at 140 will go a 782 at 172 miles an hour clean. Urkowitz goes 795 at 174.49 in the Malibu. That 782.7 is a nice pull for Sweet. Not his best run of the week, but still in line and in league with what he wants to do, and he is another of the racers that has a significant lead over the field in his category. Rob Senker coming up on the right side. A little G-body shuffle on both sides here. Senker and Jason Burgessson.
Senker on the right-hand side. You saw earlier on our live feed in an interview with KJ Jones. This thing is Pontiac powered, twin turbo.
Kaufman action under the hood. Jason Burgessson left first, and he will finish first by a bunch. Burgessson goes 772, 179 for Senker, and 803, 174, 49.
803 is best pass of the week. He has had an 806. I wanted to see the 799 out of pure Pontiac power.
Now we have Alex Taylor coming up on the right side, and Taylor will be likely fighting that same bestial tightness of the racetrack that we saw Brian Goldstone battling as well. She's got a big set of slicks on the back of this car.
Coming in this morning, she was the third quickest car in drag week after we saw some attrition the first couple days. When the Viper stepped out, the top three quickest cars ended up being in our Ultimate Iron category, not in Unlimited. And that includes Alex Taylor, who's currently third with a 688 average.
On the left-hand side is that gorgeous stack-injected Chevelle, very unique color on that car. Naturally aspirated big block in it, of course, and on the right side is the Turbo Spoolin 55 Chevrolet. Big tire shake on both sides for both of these cars. Taylor's going to pedal it through the 8th mile at 169 and then goes 702, but look at the speed, 216 miles an hour pedaling for Alex Taylor. My goodness. 216.97. That is the biggest speed we've seen out of the car this week. The 702.7 run after the tire shaking start.
You can absolutely see the tire shake on the ground from that Chevelle, and it was hairy as it was happening.
It wadded it up real hard. The car still goes at 892 at 156. Would stand to reason that we will see Alex Taylor back today. Joe Fritz and Doug Kistler. Fritz leaves the starting line, the late model Camaro. Kistler in his classic 1972 Chevy Nova. Camaro goes 974.5, 143. The Nova goes 1029.5 at 133. Look at the 1965 Chevelle, left-hand side of the racetrack, and that square body Chevrolet truck on the right.
The Chevelle is Chris McNeely leading street race big block naturally aspirated. This should be a low 9-second car. Can he get it into the 8s?
In the pickup truck is Bob Perry, the 1987 Chevy C10. Good looking shot here, left side, 909-146. Didn't quite have the guts at the finish line stripe for Perry in the truck. 10:08 at 132.16. Jeff Oppenheim rolling up in the El Camino. Kanan Hall right side. Hall, the 1977 Chevrolet square body pickup truck in green and white. Oppenheim, the mid-'80s El Camino. Told you the story of the torch fender that is on there as a reminder of his hard week a few years ago when the thing caught fire and he was able to mend it and finish the race. Good looking launches both sides, really. Both vehicles on nice clean passes. Jeff's car has been in the 8s all week, and it continues to be in the 8s. 882.4, 154. The pickup truck goes 981.7 at 134. That was Kanan Hall.
And his first 9s were seen here on Drag Week this week. That is a very cool father and son program, and kind of a low buck effort on the pickup truck.
Brian Acton comes up right side. Acton trying to chase down Randy Seward. Seward looking stronger by the day with his Pony Express Mustang. And here comes John Huber, the Turbo 4 Mustang. Huber sat on the launch as Acton is trying to run an 850. He is going to be too quick for his own good here. Goes at 847 at 159. Huber goes an 893 at 152 miles an hour down the left side. Jason Treadle and Jeff Mole coming up now. And Mike Finnegan is on the property, looking down for the timing tower. The Blasphemy 55 Chevrolet has pulled in. Gold roof and all. They had an issue with the engine getting hot, so they had the nose mounted to their trailer.
Jeff Mull left lane in the Nova. He actually just barely kissed the wall in Indy. Sort of a love tap.
It was. Yeah, it was more of a hate tap. None of that going on here. 943, 144 as Treadle goes 946 at 141. Bill Schwartz coming up now. Schwartz, one of our front-running leaders, close-running leaders, I should say, in the street race small block power adder category. Ken Cuddle right side, the 1970 Chevelle. Schwartz is trying to play defense against Randy Seward. Right now, he is a little quick. It seems too quick. 846, 762. 955.6, 138 for Ken Cuddle. We will see Bill Schwartz back up here to take another cut at it.
On the starting line, Wayne Baker in that rusty multicolored altered wheelbase Nova. This is the car that is battling against Mike Finnegan in A-Gas. He is ahead of Mike Finnegan in A-Gas after Finnegan had difficulty with a wheel stand and a clutch yesterday. And I got to tell you, Baker is set on kill. This is a bloodthirsty. He's going after him.
It is it's like Wyatt Earp on the Vengeance ride. He is seeing the red mist.
But will it be the OK Corral?
Dancing that left front tire up to 330 feet. Greg Black is in the Mustang, and for Baker, it is another sledgehammer of a run, 879.9, 154. You can set your watch by that thing. 1065, 148 for the Mustang. Baker has run those high 70s 3 days straight. And here comes the man himself, Clark Rosenstengel, right-hand side. Clark had a problem yesterday at Indy. He made a run earlier in the day, kind of pedaled and seesawed his way down, and then he staged the car, and we heard a big pop, and then we never heard from him again. We didn't realize that he actually was able to fix it and get it here until we saw him this morning. This car has been over 260, close to 270 miles an hour in the standing mile. It's a Steve Morris engine, and it is just brutally fast. brutally fast here. He's throwing confetti out of the back of it, and Clark is going to fly to the finish line 7:21 at 203 miles an hour, leaving a ticker tape parade behind him. 10:44.6 at 110.
You know what's very cool about that effort is he had a bad day yesterday and took a 12-second run. So he is way out of his possibility of winning his class. But to take a car at that level and decide to keep going, even though you can't get a win, shows a lot of spirit of drag week.
And this is his home track right here, too. So this is a place he wants to perform in front of a lot of people he knows. I heard the track operator, Jason Peterson, say we're cleaning up an oil down. I'm like, well, I'm looking out there, and then I look over the staging lanes, and it looks like we ran the Valdez aground over there in the corner. So we got our KJ's on the scene.
I told you Roadkill shot here one time about 10 years ago. That's my leftovers. They've been working on it since then. Yeah, you see those pictures of wildlife, like basking in the oil, suffering. Yeah, that's what we left behind.
That's you guys. So going to be just a moment here as we run the tractor up and down to clean up the confetti that Clark left behind his car. Very kind of odd. Steve Speece is strapped into his Chevrolet Nova.
Is that technically a Ford Nova?
Well, it's Ford powered, but do we call a Ford Mustang a not Ford Mustang if it's got an LS motor in it?
No, we don't, but it was
so there you go. So my point is proven. Stop.
It was a witty trigger for conversation to alert the audience that it
witty.
had a boss motor in it.
I shot it out of the sky like a Baron von Richthofen within 2 seconds. It wasn't witty at all. It wasn't witty at all. There was an oil down on the entry road on the VP side of the racetrack, so we had to balance it out. We had to get something going on the Gun Lake Casino side of the racetrack with oil in a non-racing area to balance out the. How did the guy oil down the entry road? Ah, of course it was a diesel guy. Yeah, so it was a high volume issue as well. Yeah, it's good.
This guy says, Dad and Dad are bickering.
I hate it when Dad and Dad fight.
Apparently, all the couch riding booger eaters have left. We've gotten some pretty good material out of the chat in the past couple days.
It's pretty good. Most of these people actually can phonetically spell English.
Except this guy.
I think that is the Swedish chef. Yeah, it's a great crowd here. Thanks to everybody who's come out on this Wednesday at US 131 Motorsports Park. Sorry for the fog delay, but we're getting a heck of a show out of it since we have kicked things off, and we're going to be continuing that show here in just a moment. But always great, and this track has such great history with Drag Week specifically as being part of the initial run of tracks in 05 and the amount of times we've come back. And certainly one of the reasons we keep coming back is you keep coming to hang out with us and see us. So we appreciate you being out here. At least I do. I don't know if David does, but I do. Man with the people skills of Genghis Khan sometimes tends to fall short on these things. Go ahead. You can think of something.
No, I was just thinking it's more retreaded material. I mean, we're not going to hire you next year. What we're going to do is cut together a highlight reel.
Use
and
AI.
Just run it.
You're going to use AI. It's good. So as you're watching in the live streaming coverage here, you're getting a look inside that impound area again. You can see Alex Taylor's back in there. The nose is off Brian Goldstone's car, and they are going to go through and make their inspections and checks before they make an attempt to make another pass.
Boy, yesterday one of the checkpoints was Bryant Goldstone's shop. And it was pretty cool. It was a mob scene there. All the drag week cars had to stop there. The lot was full of them. Locals and drag weekers were milling around, as was the sheriff or the local police.
I think the official term used was active crime scene.
Yeah, that's right. Here we have a 418 fight group with slicks and nitrous.
7 Mary 3.
Yeah, turbos. People on the feed are praising our Hot Rod Pod, the podcast from Hot Rod Magazine that was hosted by Brian Loans, John McGann, and occasionally me. There was 8 to 10 episodes of that, and they're
we got a fresh
available.
one coming. We got a fresh one coming with Danny Thompson, too. So if you're a fan of that series, new material is on the way. John McGann and I sat down with Danny Thompson out in Southern California. John rode up on his motorcycle, got all cool. I got dropped off by a lady in a mask. I did not really carry the same je ne sais quoi.
John riding up like Lawrence of La Brea.
Lawrence of La Brea. Yeah. Yeah.
Stole that one from David Lee Roth, I got to tell you.
It was a Vespa he was riding. I wasn't trying to.
That takes the edge off.
Maybe I was overselling it a little bit, but yeah. But no, it was actually, and John's down there by the wall, but it was a really cool thing to be able to sit down with Danny and, talk about the accomplishments of reviving his dad's Challenger 2, taking it back out to the salt, running those big numbers he did, and just talking about his life. It was a good conversation. You were just on the Oil and Whiskey podcast.
I was. That was cool. I hadn't actually met those guys from the Roadster shop, surprisingly enough, but they came in strong, and they had a lot of background on me, which was kind of strange. Yeah. They'd done their research 10 minutes before the broadcast started rolling. And we had a good time talking about me, Brian.
Well, yeah, and it's rare that a guest can actually put hosts to sleep during the making of a show. You have that gift.
Yeah,
Those guys were out at the wheel.
I put myself down, actually.
Right. David, how many different 200-mile-an-hour clubs do you belong to? Do you ever have the want to join any drag and drive 200-mile-an-hour clubs? That question coming from the internet.
I am in 6 200-mile-an-hour clubs.
Pretty awesome.
And that is all at land speed racing venues, Standing Miles, El Mirage Dry Lake, Bonneville Salt Flats, Lake Gardner in Australia.
I was up there in Maine for one of them.
Yeah.
I in fact, helped to put the gears in the back of the quick change when he made that run. So I have a degree, like George Bignotti. I have a degree of responsibility mechanically for your success.
Yeah, that was my biggest failure. I got in the 2 club coasting because I reached down. What I'll do is when I'm in 4th gear or even 3rd, I reach down to put my hand on the parachute. When I did that, I clicked the ignition off. And then the thing laid over. I freaked out. I pulled the chute and went through and still went 219 miles an hour or something like that. Tanya and Keith both got in the 2 club at Loring, Maine the same day. Did we run a mile and a half or a mile there? I think we went a mile and a half.
They run them both, but I thought you guys were running the mile trap, but I'm not sure if you ran the mile and a half.
No, I don't think so. It was a mile and a half.
And we are back at it here. Burnouts commencing for Chad Garrett and Mike Delaney. Chad making his way up in the Mustang. Delaney rolling up in the 1980 Pontiac Firebird.
Chad on the right-hand side, he's got a Stroker Windsor in that thing, as you can see right there. He is huffing some nitrous through it. Young guy inspired by Roadkill to put that thing together.
Very cool.
It's actually been very neat. Spraying it into the 9s.
Mike Delaney, not inspired by Roadkill as much as he was inspired by Burt Reynolds. The Bandit 80 license plate and all.
Both of these in street race big block power adder. You ask, how could a Windsor end up in the big block category? It's because his displacement is over the limit, which is 429, 421.
I thought it was 421 inches.
Have to review the rules, but there is a cutoff in the neighborhood of the 420s, or even 430. He's not going to get that 9 this time. Mike Delaney is going to go down.
It actually chattered the tires coming off the starting line as we look. It kind of went into an axle wrap situation. 987, 135.99. Chuck Stefanski coming up on the right side. And yes, he drives it down the road like this with a set of extensions that go on the upturn zoomies that, quote-unquote, muffle the noise. Yeah, they're there. They're decorative mufflers. But the big story here is Steve Spiess, the 1969 Nova that is powered by a twin-turbo Boss 429.
Currently the second quickest car of Drag Week. He is an Ultimate Iron. He's just behind Bryant Goldstone. And his average right now is 6.866, barely ahead of Alex Taylor.
I would be shocked if Steve Spiess had not been a winner here during the IHRA Northern Nationals days in his Mountain Motor Pro Stock drag racing career. He had a very strong career here. Same guy. But, yeah, he's a great dude and great to have him out here. But, yeah, he was a longtime Mountain Motor Pro Stock runner, and I'm willing to bet he has at least a couple of Ironmen from this racetrack. Alex Taylor went 7:02. Steve's been in the 6s each day. Wheelie bar adjustment being completed here.
Well, and this could be that battle of attrition thing. We know that Goldstone is having his issues and hasn't
Crew
run
guy
yet.
is totally glued to the ground. Crew guy is, oh man, we're at 75% now. There we go. And it ain't happening. He's done. He lives here now. He
He's
lives
saying
here now.
go.
That's it.
Just run it.
Send it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now he's got his hand in.
Rovic is going to go out there and maybe pick the guy up like a baby. No,
Oh,
there
he
he goes.
lost the
There he
shoe.
goes. We lost
Yes.
the shoe. That is the first shoe of the week, folks. The first shoe of the week. We got it.
Oh, Spiess not getting a good lead at all.
Well, then the thing really came to life. So Steve Spiess with the front end up at 330 goes 748 at 203. So they're going to have to go back and get the first 330 feet of that thing cleaned up. But when it came to life, it really came to life. It was pulling along at 166 in the 8th mile.
But look at what has already happened here at US 131 today. The 3 quickest cars at Drag Week, 2 of them have had troubles. Alex Taylor ran 7:02 when she was looking for a 680. So everything is shaken up.
Yeah, I would say our 3 quickest cars on the property, none of the 3 made a run that they wanted to make. So
Nope.
that is going to prolong their stay. Cody Helger, the 4-speed equipped 1955 Chevy, and Jamie Jarvis, the high-riding Gasser style 55 as well.
Oh, nice wheel stands on both sides, a double or triple bouncer on the right.
Jarvis has a bunch of metal parts came flying out from under that thing on the right side of the racetrack. They're going to have to go out there and check that. 1033.9, 136. But on the second bouncing landing, there was metal nuts and bolts or something flying out from under that car. Meanwhile, Helger goes a 961 at 139. Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff out there. Next pair heading down, the Nova and the Fastback Mustang, the VP Racing Fuel side. 860 at 150, 491. Gun Lake Casino side for the Nova, 829, 828.9 at 150, 182.
And here comes the Honda, the all-wheel drive little Honda that has run in the 8s. The Honda having run 888 and 891 the past couple days.
And Andy Starr on the right side. Rob Courtney comes off the starting line as Courtney does the same thing. In trouble for the Honda. He is on the brakes and pulling over. If there was one thing that was going to cause that car problems, it was this style of surface. 1120 at 89 miles an hour for Starr coasting through. But that car has actually been able to launch and have some give. It's all 4 tires have spun a little bit. He stepped off the clutch pedal here and it stuck. And whatever was giving way was not traction. It was in somewhere in the clutch or the transfer case. So Rob Courtney may require assistance getting off the racetrack here. If he does, we can get him moved off with one of our vehicles. Sun's out now. Staging lane's wide open for business. KJ Jones, what you got down there? KJ, I think you got to turn your mic on.
Mic's on. The mic is on. This time we were waiting for a camera, but we're back. KJ in the pits here. I'm in the impound area. Brian Goldstone's Javelin is behind me. They're thrashing. I'm not going to talk with them. We're going to take a quick moment for the people watching on the internet. This question came to me the other day. The trailers, the support equipment that these drivers and teams carry with them or drag with them, basically. This is Brian Goldstone's, and it's getting put to work right now. Basically, everybody leaves the house with as much equipment that they can carry, and hopefully they've got everything they need to complete a drag and drive event, to complete drag week. If you look at Brian's here, he's got a little work table here. He's got all these tools sitting here. Tires typically go on the back. We'll walk around the back, Josh. Compartments to hold everything. Usually the higher end or the more elaborate rigs are custom built, literally. Then you have some that are as simple as like a rowboat. We saw somebody towing a boat behind them, and inside that boat hull, basically, they're using that as their trailer for their supplies and equipment. But around here on the back, you hear a generator running. You see this generator here. This generator is sending power up to the front of the trailer, and they have an electrical multi-port outlet, basically, so they can have power and electric up at the front of it for their tools. The tires go up top here. And one of the things that's kind of neat, usually people have something clever just for, I guess, efficiency's sake. You hear the generator running, and then you look here, and you see some braided line here, and you see a water pump on this thing, and I kind of was, okay, well, what's this for? You take a look inside, 5-hour energies, because every drag and drive competitor needs those, and then energy bars, and this is a transmission cooler, basically. Water circulates through this, and basically keeps everything cool, so you're not buying a lot of ice bags to keep your 5-hour energies cool. Coming around this way, watch the oil bucket there, fuel tanks, fuel jugs, and then when you look inside, there's more wrenches, but look at the parts there, an extra starter, an extra alternator, an extra torque converter, all of the hardware, and I'm sure probably software. There might be another laptop in here too in case the laptop goes down. You have to really think out, what do I need to go a week without all the stuff that I would normally have in my big trailer? What can I put in this small one to get through a drag and drive or get through Hot Rod Drag Week 2024? That's it. Just thought we'd have a neat little look at this, and this question did come up, so I hope we hope we answered the question. KJ out from the pits, courtesy of Mickey Thompson Tires and Wheels, Hot Rod Drag Week 2024. Brian, back to you.
Great tour. I mean, that was a really cool tour and a good look into what these trailers have evolved into, which from their very humble beginnings of simply being a little flat Harbor Freight piece to now a fully serviced and engineered out unit. They're virtually essential. We give a lot of respect to people who travel with no trailer, but for the hardcore competitors that pull them, they are a necessity.
The Dennis Taylor and Alex Taylor trailer is a thing of beauty,
yes,
with those vertically opening doors, perfectly laid out tools. It's actually cool. You know, in the early days of Drag Week, there was a lot of drama over the trailer thing. People arguing that they shouldn't have a trailer back and forth and all that. And now I think it's just reached a level of acceptance in all of Drag and Drive, and it's created that imagery of the cars going down the road with the trailers on the back that people still think is pretty cool.
Yes, and that even has over the years presented its own challenges, because when you start to make these trailers more comprehensive and add weight to them, your loose torque converter doesn't like it, or your adjustable clutch can get really angry at you if you don't have it set up right to do some of this stuff. So it's very interesting.
Or your tongue weight that you did not sort out before you left home. And we have seen a couple trailers wag and drag a car right off the road out here. We've seen some jackknifing. We've seen guys who didn't figure out that they don't have mirrors on their car that will let them back up with a trailer.
Many years you and I were driving that long ride between out to Tulsa. I think we went from Memphis to Tulsa on one run through a big storm, and we started seeing tools in the middle of the highway. And I think it was Rick Prospero had his trailers run over. All right, back at it. Jay Grabiak
making noise.
Oh, that was nice.
Yeah,
it was.
It's great. It was chorus.
All right, so Grabiak on the left side. And a very clean little S10 truck on the right with the step side body.
You saw Riley Grabiak running up and shutting his door better. She is running in the hot rod class. You'll see her later on. Beautiful little green car. Looks like Grabiak rolled deep there just at the very last second.
Pickup trucks clean down the groove, 858, 160. 983, 133 for Jay Grabiak. Betty White coming up on the right side, that 1979 Malibu. And the Corvette with a big old speed lump in the hood here on the left. Jason Willis in the Corvette, Dan Dynan, the 1979 Malibu. Traffic continuing to move. If you're going to hand in time slips, it's room 24 here in the timing tower. And Dan Dynan going to drive straight away from the Corvette, pulls the chute, goes 890 at 154 miles an hour as Jason Willis goes 1080 at 123.66. Saw this Mustang at the hotel last night. Kyle Buntley's 1988 model. Eric Beer Catfit coming up on the left side.
You know that's getting butchered when you're gone on Friday.
Beer cat vet. That's all you got to remember.
Beer cat vet.
Yes. If you feed your beer to your cat, you'll have to go to the vet. That's what you have to do to remember it.
That was a good mnemonic, which will be gone from my brain now.
Whoa, baby.
Oh.
Once again, we're still working on a nickname for this guy with the Norwegian deal, but the Flying Norwegian just isn't going to work, even though he's trying to be one. 869, 460. Kyle Buntley goes 1050, 131. Ooh, what about the Volton Viking?
That's what you want to call him, the Volton Viking?
The Vaulting.
Yes,
Vaulton,
V-A-U,
Volton
yeah.
Viking.
Vaulting.
I'm trying to come up with something fresh here.
Vaulting's too close to Volvo. I can't do it.
It is. Yeah, you cannot do that. Kyle Ools and Brian Hansen.
Ools and Street Race Big Block Power Outer on the left.
And Brian Hansen. That 1966 Chevy 2. A little puff of smoke off the starting line for Hansen, who's running Street Race Small Block Naturally Aspirated.
$948 on the right-hand side, 1005 at 126 on the left.
Chris Mary going to be coming up here, and Dave Hembry. Mary driving the 1994 Mustang, Hembry the 1999 Pontiac.
Maybe you drink a beer with your cat. It's tasty that way. Sort of a good compliment.
You continue to give us very disturbing windows into your life. Each day, a little bit of that curtain gets pulled back, and it's scarier each time. Chris Mary, blue Mustang with some red wheels.
And David Hembry, Firebird with some colors on the side.
And fresh cam bearings.
Yeah, it does. They put cam bearings in this thing last night. That is a drag week change I have not heard before. This thing has run 9.0, naturally aspirated with an LS motor and a tunnel ram and 945 horsepower.
We're all cringing when we think, man, imagine just pulling the thing apart to smash it all back together again. Murray's going to try to run 850 here, and he's on good pace to do it. 849.5, he just missed at 161 miles an hour. Dave Hembry goes 907.150. The Buick Grand National, the Monogrona 3.8-liter V6 leaving, the Ford LTD wagon chasing. The Buick goes 80-9-2, 157, a wagon, 984, 132 miles an hour.
You know, we don't discriminate based on cylinder count out here. You can run the small block category with a V6. We do have special awards at the end of the week at the Gear Vendors Party where we will name the quickest 4-cylinder and the quickest 6-cylinder and so on. On the right-hand side, we do not have any class for 2 blowers.
No, but Dave Morahan
has 2 blowers.
Does have 2 blowers and 1 engine. There was a video made similar to this years ago. Super Street Big Block Power Adder for the twin-blown Chevrolet Morahan.
Now, he just had a 1.88 second reaction time because of his difficulties out there. That's not allowed. You can't have slower than 1 second. He still goes 9:15 at 1:54, and the left-hand lane 10:15 at 1:58.
Neil Torbett coming up on the right side with his 1965 F100 truck, and Vinny Barbone left side, 1980 Chevrolet Monza. The Monza, of course, a favorite body style in pro stock back in the 80s. Even Bob Glidden had one.
Bob Glidden had a Monza.
Bob Glidden won the U.S. Nationals in a Chevrolet one year.
I didn't remember that.
And he raced a Plymouth Arrow.
That I knew.
Oh, man.
Oh, ungood.
Torbett's car is hating life. And it continues to hate life.
The Monza's like, I got to get away from this thing.
And Torbett drives himself to an Barbone to an 876.2, 155, leaving some parts along the way.
That little Monza's a junkyard 5.3 with a turbo?
I believe that it is, yes. I think I should clarify. Glidden won the U.S. Nationals in the Plymouth, not in the Chevrolet.
Okay, there you go.
But he did race the Monza.
Tell me the story about the Monza.
He got angry. He got angry that the big thing with him was obviously he ran all the Ford stuff, and back then, before 1982, and they went to the 500 cubic inch rule, they did all these factoring to pro stock all the time.
Right.
They kept adding and changing weights and everything, and he simply got tired of having to jerk around with his Ford stuff, so he said, you know what? I'll just get in a Chevrolet, and he beats people up in that. And then I'll just get in a Plymouth, and he beats people up in that. And then I think finally Ford said, hey, if Motorcraft gives you $5, you willing to come back over here? He said, yeah, sure. So Neil Torbett will get another crack at it here. Vinny's 876 at 155, a nice run for that turbocharged LS combination.
Graham Hayes on the left-hand side in that Nova. He's running Ultimate Iron. It's a low 7-second car.
I believe what's being said here is Alan Whitaker worked for Bob Glidden. That would be awesome if true, and I have no reason to believe it isn't.
Because you read it on the internet.
Well, of course it's true. Just like Abe Lincoln told me.
Look at the nitrous toot on that thing. Couple systems. Bleeding his bottle pressure down.
How quick has Graham Hayes gone this week?
Low 7s.
Okay. How low 7s?
732, 720.
Okay. See if we can find this car quicker than a 720 for a personal best of the week. Okay. All right.
All right.
All right, Graham Hayes. I see you. 156 in the 8th mile. He goes 718 at 190 miles an hour. Best run of the week for Graham Hayes. Neil Torbett goes 935.5 at 150.
This track is delivering the entertainment.
Yes, it is.
Okay, here comes the Chevette. Brian Anders on the left-hand side, where all it takes is for Les Smith's Camaro to drop out of Unlimited, and Brian Anders' 11-second car, well, actually his run 1040, could end up winning the Unlimited category. Bob Ruppel in the right-hand side. The Nova should be good for about a 920, and he looks like he's in that kind of neighborhood as he goes to the 8th mile at 586, and a 915 at the big end. The Chevette 1063 at 125. Ooh, the Gremlin. You know what we should do? We should have an economy car shootout. We should have the Gremlin, maybe the Monza. No?
No.
No.
No, it's a bad idea.
Okay.
I mean, we got to be honest with each other sometimes. That's a bad idea.
Chevette?
Bad idea.
How about Chevette with Mercedes diesel?
Okay, now you've recaptured my attention.
Yeah.
Dale Gebhardt, tunnel ram, velocity stacks, Maltese cross on the roof. And here comes Steve, the 2007 Chevrolet Colorado. Dale Gebhardt, 860, 159 miles an hour. And Steve goes 908.8, 146 in the truck. Chevelle right side with a blown motor, Kyle Moss and Terry Kiefer. Left side drivers, please stay with your vehicles in the staging lanes. Drivers, stay with your vehicles. A and B lanes will close in 20 minutes. A and B lanes will close in 20 minutes. Second floor of the timing tower, you're going to be handing in your time slips up here, the room adjacent to race control, where there is a window to look in on the animals here in race control.
Kiefer in the Barracuda, a back runner in Super Street Big Block Power Adder, but still a 9-second car. There you go, 991, 143. Kyle Moss rolls it through 1208 at a big 111.
Stuart Barada left side. Travis Fathy right side. 1983 Malibu with a blown motor. And Stewart in the 1967 Camaro with its multicolored paint.
He's running in modified Power Adder on the left-hand side, sort of a liberal small tire class.
Nice wheels-up launch for Travis in the wagon, but it is Stewart with a much quicker car here. 127 in the 8th mile for the Camaro. And that stops at 873.4161 for Travis, a 924.8 at 145.49.
Coming up on the left-hand side, you can see this red Camaro. I was advised by Hot Rod Magazine editor-in-chief John McGann. They had a plan to change the blower on this car every single day. I think they've got a 6 or an 871 on it, and he has something like a 10 or a 12 with him, and they were going to swap it out, put the smaller blower on for the drive. Instead, they decided to leave the small blower on it the whole time. Why you would go that direction, I'm not sure. I would put the larger blower on it, although blowers do make heat. They suck a lot of power. His mileage might have been reduced. So anyway, they're running the smaller supercharger.
Cool story, bro.
Yeah, it's great.
So the blower of indiscriminate size on the engine of the Camaro, motivating it to a 911 Ford, 148 miles an hour. Paul Bigelow goes 961, 9 at 140. Could you maybe give me an update on these two cars? Are they changing tires? Have they brought other tires with them?
You didn't bring any breath mints with you. I know that.
Oh, here we go with that. You want to talk about retreaded material? You want to talk about retreaded material?
If you keep bringing
multiple
the fumes,
times this morning.
It is noxious in here.
Bringing the fumes.
Not my fault.
The king of the gas station Danish all of a sudden is a master in a highly sensitive olfactory system.
I do have a couple car links on you on personal hygiene.
Ronnie Santucci and Fred Simmons. A couple of runners from the Bay State up here, the 1999 Camaro and the 1970 Plymouth. Fuel pump replacement on the side of the road for Santucci yesterday. And Fred Simmons running very well. He goes to 919, 151 miles an hour, hits the tree for 008. And Ronnie Santucci goes to 957 at 144.46 miles an hour in the Plymouth. Man, I'm surprised Randy Stewart's making another crack at it.
Oh, yeah, I am
down
too.
there and ran the 50.
Yeah.
See if he can be even tighter. Brian Goldstone has with him a set of trailer keys that somebody left at his shop yesterday. If you've lost your trailer keys, Brian Goldstone has them. If you've already used a crowbar to rip the doors off, you can still get your keys back.
Josh Norris, nice wheel stand out of the hold. Adds up to a 1:33 short time. Randy Stewart trying to get, no, he doesn't do it. That's an 8:51 instead of an 8:50. Norris goes 993 at 134 miles an hour in the red Nova.
If memory serves correct, which is always suspect at this point of the week, I thought he ran a 50 with some change earlier this morning. Yeah, 8507. TJ Linebaugh. 78 Ford wagon.
And Julian Assange. I'm trying it again. You know, it doesn't land the first time. You got to retread
yeah,
it.
Different audience, different day. It
right.
Still, it still sucks. I'll be honest with you. It's still very bad.
It doesn't.
Still
it's
very,
pretty
very
good.
Bad. Very bad.
You broke out Exxon Valdez earlier.
I
That
did.
thing's got
I
whiskers
did,
on
which
it.
is a reference that people can actually identify with.
And have for
Yours
30
is,
years.
Exactly.
Right.
It is comforting. When everybody thinks of an oil spill, they still think of that one. And the Cololilo Buick goes down the right side. Very gentle launch for that car, but it is making good power. 153 in the 8th mile, 773.6. 192.47 out of that car. Big speed. 895 or 865.3 at 159 for Linebaugh. But man, over 192 miles an hour for Cololilo in the Buick. Billy Gebhardt and Andrew Slater coming up now.
The Buick just knocked a full second off of his best ET thus far this week.
I'm going to give these guys credit, and it's, you know, obviously Spirit of Drag Week is brought up and discussed among the racers, and that's the whole thing. But to go from what they did day one to where they're at now is pretty incredible.
Yeah, on day one, he put down so much transmission fluid on the ground that we brought the boat out.
Yes, we did. We floated across it. 916, 143 for Andrew Slater. Billy Gebhardt went 950 at 143. The turbocharged small block Dart now rolling up.
Yeah, Chris Thompson probably slept an hour last night. He had this thing taken all apart at the side of the road. Definitely seen some struggles. He desperately wants a 7-second ET out of this 68 Dart with a twin turbo small block Mopar.
He did get both lanes. That is accurate. So on the right side is Jay Dolezal. His cousin is Paul Dolezal, who runs Toyota Racing. It's a brand new build for Jay, and he has gotten this car barely finished before the event. He sorted out this year and plans on making it a multi-year kind of extravaganza on drag and drive events. For Chris Thompson, a 920 at 164 miles an hour. Dolezal, 1451 at 64. You saw it kind of popping out of the exhaust down there. He's going to go back into the pit area and get a little wrench on that car and see what he can figure out. But a really neat car, and very cool that he and Paul are related. Somebody says they bet you have potato chip crumbs on your shirt. I can only say that you don't because no one has placed any potato chips in your vicinity yet. That will happen. As Brian Acton will happen here, trying to run his 850. And here, yeah, Jason Peterson is trying to facilitate the crunch right now. Ken Cuddle in his Chevelle is going to watch Brian Acton cross first, but how quick will Acton go? 8:51, 4:159, a solid run. One that could be handed in, but one they may not hand in. 001 reaction time for Acton as Cuddle goes a 9:55 at 138. We are closing in on about 10 minutes until we shut down the A and B lanes. A and B lanes will be closed in about 10 minutes. KJ Jones reports that Brian Goldstone is heading back to the lanes. This is Bill Schwartz now. Schwartz and lined up next to Jim Weiser. Weiser's going to take another crack at it, but Schwartz is looking for an 850. Oh, boy.
Nope.
That is way off the reservation, 8:58, 7, 152. So that is going to be another attempt on the way for Bill Schwartz. Unless he drives straight back into the lanes, he'll be running later on today. So again, we're down to 10 minutes. 10 minutes till we close A and B lanes as Jim Weiser going to have a solo here in the Monte Carlo. Brian Goldstone's car back in the staging lanes now. He's over in lane number 1. So Jim Weiser slowly creeping her ahead right now.
Jim Weiser has not even run an 8 yet. He's been 9:01. That's a frustrating ET.
Very nice clean launch, a 132.60 foot time, a 579. Trying to crack the 8s. He's going to be close, but not close enough. 9:08, 142 for Weiser. Chevy 2 Nova right side with all kinds of patina on it. And our blue Dodge Dart rolling back in on the left. That is Corey Pant, the 1971 Dodge. Jack Brooks, the 1964 Nova. In bumps, Jack Brooks. And Brooks's car did not leave with a whole bunch of juice, but then he started to pour the power to it. Now he's going to coast to the end of the track. Corey Pant will go 10:15, 129. Brooks finishes the run 11:29 at 82. C group to the lanes, please. C groupage to the staging lanes. Let's get C group into the lanes. Which ironically does not include the boat.
Wow.
Okay, Julian Assange. Apologies.
Do I need to explain the Assange joke to you?
No, but you have to explain it to everybody else, and that's the problem.
I see. Oh, and yeah.
John Ferrone and Chad Garut. Ferrone and Garut sound like a law firm.
Yes.
But if you have to ask,
Warren Evans slow on the uptake in here.
C group to the lanes, please.
I had called you the Ed McMahon.
He's not quick on the quick on the download either, so it's fine.
Or the upload.
And why did everything just shut off again? He just unplugged us. We're fired. John Ferrone, pedaling his way to a 848 at 193. He ran over 200 miles an hour yesterday in a similar run where the thing was just all over the place early. Was making wheel speed like a top fuel car off the starting line.
Yeah, 795, 201 yesterday.
Garut is going to have a solo, I believe, and our C Group competitors are showing up, including that Roadster that is just very craftily built. We have our electric 39 Chevrolet rolling in, our 40 Chevrolet, home built.
We got our Toyota rear engine pickup.
Rear engine pickup. Oh, yeah, we got a whole, like that is the murderer's row right there, that 4 or 5 car stretch.
Milk truck. Line up the freak shows.
But also in our lane number 1, we have Brian Goldstone, Alex Taylor. Dan's back in the Mustang after making that great 7-second blast.
This is that nitrous small block running into the big block category. Looking a little better this time. 8th mile, 681. Quarter mile, 1038 at 138 miles an hour. Lending the impression that perhaps they didn't have the nitrous on it that time?
Maybe. There's the kids that are taking the day off of school here. That's SKOOL. Send it. They're giving the encouragement to all you guys and girls out there to hammer on it.
Jeff Mull and Craig Douglas. Craig in the Sassy Grass Green Dodge Dart.
And Jeff Mull, that 4-door, unassuming 67 Chevy 2 that really does work well. Got the tire a little loose there as you can see Douglas having to pedal the thing mid-course.
I wanted the 7 out of the Dart, but instead I got an 821 at 169. Mull on the left-hand side, 944 at 144 miles an hour. Brian, do you actually want to watch me eat the chicken? Would that help?
No, you can have the roast beef.
Okay.
Or you can have the cold cut, whichever one you prefer.
Anything but the dead bird.
Cody Helger pulled a very nice wheel stand in his 55 Chevrolet just a few minutes ago. He's back up here again for another rip at it.
As is Evan Erkwitz, number 2 in Pro Street Power Adder. That white car should run 780s.
We are less than 5 minutes away from closing the staging lanes for our A and B competitors. As the tree flashes, Erkowitz gets left on, but then drives right around the outside of Helger like he was tied to a tree stump. 803, 173 for Evan Erkowitz. And Cody Helger goes a 955 at 140. Jamie Jarvis rolling up. Pickup truck on the other side. Jamie Jarvis, the pure and simple high-riding 55 Chevrolet. And the pickup truck bouncing its way into the fully staged position. Jarvis's car left and had the front end up in the air. Smashes his way through the gears in the 8th mile at a speed of 111 miles an hour as the truck goes down first. 959, 139. Jarvis a 984.3 and 136.86. Couple of big names getting ready to round the bend here as Alex Taylor is strapped in her car. Dan's in his, and Brian Goldstone's at the head of lane number 1. Kyle Buntley and Andrew Starr. Buntley's in, Starr's in. Starr's car, you can hear it clearly stick shifted. That staccato nature of the gear changes. 115 in the 8th. A 942 at 144, but look at the 994 at 157 miles an hour. Buntley had to pedal his car early, and it was pulling hard across the back half of the racetrack. Terry Kiefer will be in his Barracuda. And on the opposite side will be the Chevy 2 of Chris Engel, 65 model year Chevy to the 67 Plymouth. So Engel is second of stage. And Engel's just going to take this thing down slowly. Kind of what we had to do yesterday. It might be some sort of a mechanical issue going on there. He's trying to just survive the week. Meanwhile, Terry Kiefer goes 982 Ford, 143 miles an hour in the 1967 Plymouth. Brian Anders and Brian Krakowski coming up. The SN95 style Mustang for Krakowski. And for Anders, he is going to be the current leader in that unlimited category right now as Les Smith's still the current leader. And Les Smith made that best run of the week just a few minutes ago. Anders is number 2. Ned Dunphy, who is leading the event and leading the category, is out due to mechanical failure during the drive yesterday. Anderson never ran wheelie bars on the Chevette, except he used to hang free weights off the front of it, has gotten the wheelie bar game on point, and he runs a 993 at only 122 miles an hour. Coasted across the finish line as Brian Krakowski goes 983.6 at 157.18 on the Gun Lake Casino side. The John Deere is going to hit the racetrack. The flat drag going to do a little workout here and touch up our surface before 3 of the fastest cars in competition make another attempt at it. And with that, we're going to pay some bills here in the live streaming coverage. I wouldn't leave my seat if I were you, because we have Brian Goldstone, Alex Taylor, and Dan the Man coming up with the Mustang right after this.
Get the best racing features with MSD's Ultra 6AL and Ultra 6AL Plus, and an all-new MSD mobile app for configuring your ignition. Completely redesigned, all in a smaller package. Find out more about MSD's latest products at Holley.com.
Now customers can save up to $140 when you purchase an MSD ProBuild ignition bundle. These packages include a ProBuild distributor, new Ultra 6AL ignition box, plus a Blaster 2 coil. Your complete ignition upgrade is one click away. Visit MSDignition.com for all the details.
Since 1963, the name Mickey Thompson has been synonymous with pushing boundaries and gaining traction where others dare not venture. Mickey Thompson Tires and Wheels.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means turning some rust into rolling artwork. Built with Summit means you're making something that was already fast, even faster. It means that your project will be on the road or track long after you've bolted it together. And Built with Summit means you're doing it with in-stock parts, fast shipping, expert advice, and the best prices. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
All right, you guys aren't ready for this, man. This is from Tremec. It is their TKX. It's not just the latest offering in a 5-speed. This is the first performance-based aftermarket 5-speed designed for us in the aftermarket.
You said it, man. It's got awesome features. I didn't want to miss this one, man.
Yeah.
Everything from an in-load versus a top load. So they spent a lot of time getting this package shape down so it fits up under tunnels a lot easier. You can drop this in a Chevelle A body without a single mod of the tunnel.
Yeah, no floor pan work, not near the tunnel work. And look at all the features it has, man. Everything is designed for performance, from the guts to the gaskets to the packaging. And check out these shifter positions. All right, you can alter it. If you don't like the shifter here, you can move it here. If you don't like it there, you can move it up here.
Yeah, and the synchros inside. So this is the old TKO, a single centered bronze, a single friction surface. Now you've got a modern multi-cone, right, with carbon fiber lining on the inside for extreme bite, extreme durability, and 7,500 RPM shifts all day. Wider gears, everything's been shot peened, roller bearings on the end shafts. I mean, this thing is ready to go pound and hound the guy in the next lane.
All right, there you have it, man. The TKX from Tremec, the brand new 5-speed. Woo, it is sweet.
Oh, I'm fired up on this baby, man.
For everybody watching on the live feed, welcome back to Hot Rod Drag Week 2024, presented by Gear Vendors Overdrives. I'm KJ Jones. I'm in the staging lanes right now. This broadcast is brought to you by Mickey Thompson Tires and Wheels. What we're doing now, we're just queued up, and we have our killers right here. We have our fast cars staged. They've been in Impound. Impound is a priority stage, so they're staged up, getting ready to make what might be their last hits. They've all made some hits, and they're trying to achieve on the numbers that they have. And I don't know that hard data. We'll wait for Brian and David to give us the numerical information. But leading off the line is Brian Goldstone, and we talked about in detail some of the challenges he's been up against so far. I don't know what the strategy for them is, and understand Wednesday, or actually day 3 of Drag Week, is pivot day. This is where you have to make your move. If you're in the front or if you're in the hunt, you have to make your move to either do better or stay where you are. Brian's facing some heating concerns. He's made one pass already. You might think that they're going to make this one and maybe try to get on the road. Just lock down another pass and then get going. I don't know for sure what they're going to do, but we're going to have to watch that. Behind Brian are the Deal Brothers. The Deal Brothers are scratching to get in the 6-second zone. Behind the Deal Brothers, you have Alex Taylor. Alex Taylor is in the hunt in the Ultimate Iron class. She's trying to run, I believe, somewhere close to like a 688 or so, maybe a little bit better than that. Fighting it right now, and on down the line. This is the lane to watch right now, the Impound lane, and then going into that, we'll clear out the AB lanes. The AB lanes are getting ready to make their final run of the day. Caveat, they can come back into the open session if they do not record a number that they're comfortable with. They can come back into the open session, which is much later in the day, but understand that also puts you much further behind everyone else getting to the next destination. So that's what's going on right now from the staging lanes here at Drag Week. We'll have more later. Brian and David, up to you.
All right, our A and B lanes are closed. We know that the C lanes are open. A and B lanes are closed. C lanes are open. David has chosen the roast beef sandwich for his lunch today. And the transfer case has left the chat when it comes to the Honda Civic, which was kind of our suspicion. He was able to drive it off there, but when the car really strongly dead-hooked all 4 tires, that thing got more of a beating than it probably has taken in a very long time. So the transfer case comes out of a Honda CR-V. That's what he used. That amazingly that it stands up to an 8-second run once, let alone so many of them. But met its maker here. Not sure if it's repairable or not, but we hope it is. We love Rob Courtney's car. Track has been flat dragged, little rotator touch. You can see the strobe light is on, so that means the tractor will be coming off after this trip around. And, man, you can watch the sidewalls of those slicks just hating life as they are counter-rotated against the direction of the tractor. Tire rotator is kind of an interesting developmental history. When you look at the very first versions of these things, it was a big, huge machine that General Motors actually built the very first one. It was dragged behind a tractor. It was on kind of a separate trailer. It had a small block Chevy engine that was powering the tires. It was Larry Crisp out at Bandimere Speedway that came up with the self-contained design that runs off the tractor's power takeoff unit. But the OG ones, if you go all the way back, it was this big square steel tubing looking thing that had a small block Chevy and spun the tires backwards. It is go time for Bryant Goldstone. Now, if you notice, the one thing that we did not do in that bit of prep was we did not spray any traction compound. It was flat dragged and rotated. This is the type of setup that a slick tire much prefers than a glue job, which would be more for what a radial tire would prefer. Eric Bierkatvit coming up and Brian Goldstone. That is a big, long burnout to set himself up on the starting line here. Goldstone, as mentioned, as a repair shop, beautiful repair shop that it is, was one of our checkpoints yesterday. She may be called in front of the town meeting in future weeks. So Bierkatvit and Goldstone creeping in. Brian wants to run somewhere in that mid 6-second range to maintain his pace. And he's got oh boy. He's pedaling it out there, and that car is all over the place, and that engine is hating life as he goes 719 at 200.53 miles an hour. Came off the starting line. The car started to drive to the inside toward the center line. He romped off and on the throttle pedal a couple of times, but that thing has got a lot of smoke coming out of the right bank. 862.9 at 159 miles an hour. I don't know if Goldstone tries it again. You think he might have to just out of desperation, but clearly that there is a seemingly wounded duck under the hood of that thing. Chris Merry and Dave Deal will be coming up next. And in so many ways, this kind of does swing the door open for the likes of Steve Spiess and Alex Taylor to take a chunk out of Brian Goldstone's lead. And firing up the next pair of cars, we just sent the scooter down to check on that right lane. Got a great shot of the Miss School Send It sign. KJ went over there to give the kid an English lesson. So this pair will be Chris Merry and David Deal. Deal coming up in his Mustang, Merry in his Mustang. Different categories and classes here. Merry running in the street race small block power adder division. Deal running Super Street small block power adder. For the viewers at home, the quick difference between Super Street and street race.
You running a quiz for the chat room? Is
Yes.
that it?
Yeah, I just want people to understand.
Oh, you're asking me to say?
Yeah, that's what I was
listening to you, Brian.
My
Neither
God,
are they.
man. Okay. You know what? Forget it. They're about to stage the cars. We'll get them next time.
Yes, I understood that.
Deal barely got that thing nudged in there. And he drives into tire spin, pedals it, hovers the front end. Goes through the 8th mile at 162, goes 731 at 203 miles an hour. His best runs of the week, even with a pedal. Chris goes 861 at 160, a tenth and change off of where he wanted to be.
Here comes Betty White and Alex Taylor.
Deal's car threw one of the belts off it, which has been recovered, and now it's Alex Taylor's turn to answer the bell. Dan Dinan across the racetrack.
Alex having gone 7:02 earlier and looking to dip back into the 680s territory.
Makes her Louis T the day so far.
Yeah.
Alex Taylor now bumps it in. Man, that car didn't move an inch. $899.7, $154 for Dinan, and Alex will go through at $12.07 at $107. And so these are the days that try men and women's souls at Drag Week, when you have these two competitors that are at each other and they're both struggling at the same time.
And that's just us.
It's just us. Yeah. Yeah, that's a fact.
Bill Schwartz on the left-hand side looking for that 850. Then you've got Jeremiah Kirby on the right. Schwartz goes 5:53 to the 8th, which means it's not looking good for the quarter. 8:61 at 1:58. Meanwhile, Kirby, 8:465 at 157 miles an hour. Kirby, second in Pro Street naturally aspirated. He has run as quick as 8:41. Stuart Barada in the left. He is running in modified power adder. 8:59, 161.7 miles an hour. Right lane, 948, 143. The guys in that 850 index class are really kind of working hard today. We've only seen Randy Seward come up and run an 850, and then interestingly, he came back and slowed down. We're not sure why he made that second run, because looking at what the other competitors are doing, I think he's still pretty solidly in the lead there. Here's my guy, Chad Garut, the Windsor, full of nitrous. He has not run his 950s number yet today. I think he went 1030s last time, and I postulated that he might not have been on the bottle, just trying to sort the thing back out. Let's see if he's on the juice this time. That is not going to help him at all. He'll back out, I hope. And often at Drag Week, we do allow a guy to restage and try again. This is not side-by-side racing. This is time trials. They're going to back them both out. Neil Torbett on the right-hand side, struggling earlier today in his 65 Ford F100. The truck should be in the 940s. Actually, this will be a pretty good side-by-side race. We're looking at low 950s from the Mustang and 940s from the truck, if they can both get down, which they have not demonstrated to us thus far today. Well, the Mustang gets out clean. The Ford is going to repeat its performance from the rest of the day, and he's not going anywhere. 6:18, 8th mile for the Mustang, and there's his 9:74 at 135, a couple tenths off pace. Brian, it won't surprise you to learn that Neil Torbett's truck backfired and died on the starting line.
Very strange, very strange, which is basically like every dinner conversation with you. Backfires and dies, usually at the starting line.
Weak.
I met Sam Colaleo just moments ago.
Oh, I mean, did he come in with a machete or?
He's way bigger than you.
Okay.
He does know where you're staying tonight.
All right.
And I may be soliciting help tomorrow. So if anybody is an aspiring announcer that may be near Milan Dragway, no, awesome dude. They had worked all night long. He said, we got the hotel at 1. We were finally going to get some sleep. And then the alternator was like basically died as they're pulling in the hotel. So they ended up wrenching. But the car's been 720s, like 198. And to watch him go out there and run 192 today, happy with that. He's gotten his time slip in. They're going to get the drive going. But good dude. And he said, hey, man, I definitely didn't want to do that my first day, but I love the fact that they've stuck to it and come back strong.
Yeah, that, of course, we're talking about the guy with the Buick Grand National
Yes.
that oiled down the first day, and we've been taking spot shots at him ever since. Torbett finally
great
gets
guy.
down 919 at 148 miles an hour.
Great dude and a dude with a sense of humor, which makes it all the much better.
So we're allowed to continue to refer to the oil down as the Colalillo, is that right?
Now that I met him and he could probably tear you and me limb from limb, I don't know if that's the best idea. So a couple of pieces of debris to grab out there just before the 8th mile before we continue on.
After all his difficulties, though, that truck did run 0.3 quicker than he ever has at Drag Week this year.
That truck does have a Lenko in it.
I recall that now. In fact, I think that's why it's running an Ultimate Iron.
I can report that David now does have potato chip crumbs on his shirt. So there was some question about that earlier. Now that the action has been completed, he's wearing half a bag of chips.
The amazing part of it is that Brian was the one eating the chips, not me.
Mike Hamilton and Dan Shell leave the starting line. Hamilton will outpace Shell in the Monte Carlo, goes 11:01, 121. Shell, 12:27, 112. It's like the Cookie Monster, and when you watch the Sesame Street, the Cookie Monster starts chewing, the stuff just flies everywhere. Aggressive behavior. Martin Villeneuve, we saw him pulled over on the highway yesterday, but clearly made the trip in his large by huge 1967 Plymouth station wagon. Of all the stuff you've owned, have you ever owned a wagon of this era?
Not of this ilk.
Okay.
Oh, of this era, 1966? Probably. I don't know. Remember the memory problems? I do remember that we saw this thing at Goldstone's stop last night, and he told me he's got a strange displacement. He told me it was like a 543 or something. Big block Chrysler, aluminum block.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah, it's hard to discern because watch him go down the track.
Well, it's cool to put an aluminum block in the thing and you bring the curb weight down to an average even 5,000 pounds. Villeneuve goes at 10:06, 131. Tim Bradshaw goes 10:69, 135. Whose block is it? Like, who makes the block?
Indy Max, I'm guessing.
Okay. Dodge Dart Swinger rolling up left-hand side. And Fedon Barisa right side in the Mustang.
Yesterday, 7,000 people watching all day long. Now we got 6,000. But look at everybody in the grandstands. Everybody came in.
Clearly that was what was going on.
That's what happened.
The greater Martin metropolitan area was driving 1,000 viewers yesterday. That little Dart trying to stave off the move of the Coyote motor up there, and he caught it right at the stripe. That actually would have been a great heads-up race. Or a great offset race with no breakout. 10:44, 140 for Barisa as the Dart went 10:88, 121.
Steve Eden in the right-hand side. It looks like he has been moved into Street Machine Eliminator. I believe he was in All-Motor previously, but I think they went and looked at his car and said, what qualifies you to be an All-Motor, and moved him out. And Eden goes 11:46 at 123 miles an hour. Paul Llewellyn in the left lane, 10:08, 129.98. You do want to stay tuned. There's still a bunch of good cars in the staging lanes, led by the milk truck. He broke yesterday, but it's back. Street Machine Eliminator, the cars that are running to get on the ladder for the bracket race on the last day. They cannot go quicker than 10:0. And neither of them do. 10:32 on the right-hand side, 10:29 on the left for the Challenger. Thomas DeLessio on the left-hand side, Justin Good in the white Mustang. No one showing us a reaction time less than catatonic. 10:61 on the left-hand side, 11:11 out of Justin Good. It's interesting these guys are running to be in a bracket race, but we just never see reaction times that add up to that till the very last day when all of a sudden we see a bunch of triple-O lights or at least doubles. All right, milk truck. If you've never seen the Divco before, you're going to want to lay eyes on this thing. It's going to carry the front wheels past the tree, unless it's so hurt from yesterday that it can't do that anymore. Do we know what fell out of it yesterday? They pushed it off the track.
Honestly, I don't.
It is a twin-turbo big block Chevy. The irritated prune on the right-hand side.
Josie Kirker.
As promised, thank you very much, Mark Cryer.
And Cryer, that thing's running as good as it ever did. 108th mile, and the Divco goes 10:67 at 123 miles an hour, just like he drew it up.
Have you ever sat in the milk truck?
I have not.
You're almost standing up, just like an old delivery truck. I can't imagine what it feels like to drive the thing.
Josie Kirker goes 14:33, coasting through at 61 miles an hour. Hopefully nothing too far south there for Kyle Thocher, right side of the Mustang, and Clint Taylor in the Malibu wagon.
The milk truck, sponsored by Molly Pistons, also the official piston of Hot Rod Drag Week.
Go to MollyMotorsports.com to learn more about their Power Pack line of products.
Actually, those are cool. 8 pistons, pins, and rings. Super high quality stuff.
Taylor's car is kind of a gentle wheel stand. 10:57 to 129. Kyle Thocher, 11:46 at 120 miles an hour. One of Freiberger's favorites coming. Actually, man, a pair of them. Not only the mid-engine LS-based truck, but this cool 1929 Ford that you love so much of Walt Zildner.
Here's the great thing about Matt Frater's Toyota pickup truck. It is currently 4th in class in unlimited. All we need is for one car to break, and he will have a podium in unlimited in his 12-second truck, which popped up the wheel.
Best launch forever.
Gear. Yes, it is.
Best launch of the week so far for Frater. He walked it out on the clutch, 88 miles an hour in the 8th, and Frater goes 12:42 at 109.78.
Which is not his best time of the week. He has run 12:20. But, man, did you see the front end pop up on the second gear bang?
The 11:31 at 119 opposite for Walt Ziltner. Yeah, it did pop the front end up. This, the home-built electric 1940 Chevrolet of Paul Mangelsdorf. Biff Rollins on the left-hand side.
This is the greatest EV to ever run Drag Week.
He did request electricity here at the racetrack, and it is a 100% home-built electric vehicle with batteries and parts from various modern EVs, all tucked inside the old crusty, rusty 1940 Chevrolet.
On the drives, we have seen him at the side of the road behind gas stations and stuff, charging it up. 11:28 on the left-hand side. The electric car, 12:15, 110.
Nice run. I think that's as quick as we've ever seen that thing go.
I was thinking that as well.
Dave Studley, left side, that is the Malibu. Right side, that 1500 series Chevy pickup truck. Eighth mile of 108 for the truck as Dave Studley goes 1085.8 at 125 miles an hour to VP Racing Fuel side. Truck at 1086 at only 80 or only 95 miles an hour. It's like Tommy Dupree coming up left side. Tommy in his step side truck. And the C7 Corvette of Chris Nelson, right side, 2011 model year vet. This would be a C6, I guess. Dupree with the better launch at the 8th mile. Dupree is the quicker of the two. Can the truck hold off the vet? Pretty even side by side. 11:21, 118 for Tommy. As Nelson goes 11:18, 125. Jim Greenleaf on the cinematography duty here this week for the team. Carson Powell and Brian Doyle coming up right now. Doyle, the 69 Chevrolet Camaro with its well-worn looks. Powell, the 1991 Dodge truck, has problems immediately off the starting line and does the pro-level move and pulls the thing over about 150, 160 feet down a racetrack. Brian Doyle goes 10:39.2, 132. Carson Powell understood one thing. The drive shaft had switched over to Bluetooth mode when he came off the starting line, and that is no good. So far, we've got a transfer case today. Sam's got his lineup up here. It's like a World War II fighter pilot where he puts little stickers on the side of the plane. He's got a drive shaft and a transfer case so far today. Oh, throttle cable broke. Okay, we've given false information. We're taking that one back from Sam. You didn't break his throttle cable. So we can just throw it out there now. If anybody has a, like, I did it throttle cable kit, Carson Powell's going to need one. Luke Van Allen will be coming up. JC Casio will be coming up on the other side. 2023 Ford F-150 with a Pro Charger on it. Pro Charger, a little tune-up, and you get yourself a very reliable and very fast pickup truck. JC been working in the high-performance aftermarket for many years, works at Strange Engineering. Luke Van Allen coming up in his 98 Chevy Camaro. Luke Van Allen and JC. Van Allen in the 4th gen Camaro goes 1034, 129 as JC goes 1283 at 110. Pretty impressive for like a slightly lifted factory truck with a bone stock motor and a Pro Charger on it.
It is super cool. The things that guys are doing with those new F-150s in general is radical. I love it.
Well, there was that dealership in Kansas. Remember that? They had bought all the stripped down short bed F-150s, and they were selling a 750 horse package for like 40 grand.
I think it was 700 horse deal, and it was a Ford Motorsport warranted supercharger.
Yeah, the whole thing was wild. Sean Gilbert and Keaton McGill. Gilbert goes 1040 with an 8 at 132. McGill goes 1046, 127. And it kind of goes back, and I realize that's still a bunch of money, but it goes back to that idea of like you can't buy a really fast car with no accessories anymore. It's like, no, you can. I think those trucks had crank windows in them.
They do. They're just work trucks.
Yeah.
I don't know if they have crank windows. That might be a thing of the past. But
I'll tell you what, Bob Loans, my dad,
Yeah.
still manages to get trucks with crank windows in them. It's a thing. You can still do it.
Huh.
Rubber floor mats still a thing. Single cab trucks still a thing.
Rubber floor mat for sure.
Yeah. Austin Baden and Steve Lemieux. Lemieux, the 1970 GTO, and Austin Baden, the 1991 Chevrolet.
I mean, clearly Bob Loans had to keep the family stocked up in donuts during your youth, and so, I think he lost his retirement money, and that's why he's buying the cheap trucks. That really sucked.
That was horrible. That was awful. Yeah, Eva
was
Warren's
terrible.
coming in. Eva Warren just came in from the top row.
I tried.
Jimmy Superfly Evans came in with a flying elbow right there.
It was way too long to get there and wasn't funny to
The
begin
one thing
with.
that Just Exchange just did, though,
What?
honestly, it reminded me it's my mom's birthday. So I'm actually going to call her right now, so I'll be back in a minute.
Okay. No, actually what he's doing is walking away to see what happens when I've got the microphone to myself. That's what just happened. Chris Ryder in the right-hand lane went 10:25 at 131 miles an hour, and Kim Kelm on the left, 10:12, 124.83. We've got a street race small block power adder Buick on the left-hand side with a Turbo LS in it, and Jody Koyman in Street Machine Eliminator on the right. The Buick 994 at 139, and Koyman's Falcon 1083 at 121. Once again, a lot of what you're seeing here are our Street Machine Eliminator cars. They are trying to get on a bracket for the race on the last day, 32-car field. The bump coming in here was an 11.0. The past few years, we have had an all 10-second field. The cutoff for this class is 10.0. If you're quicker than 10.0, you should belong in one of the other drag week classes. Azim Sheik on the left-hand side, currently at the top of the ladder. He's low qualifier at a 10.0 in class. Steve McNew's in the right-hand side. McNew actually in street race small block, naturally aspirated. Let's see if Azim can hang on to a 10.0. He can. 10.0574 at 139 miles an hour, and 10.84 from the naturally aspirated entry of the Mustang on the right at 127.55. Craig Sorensen leaving hard and fun with a little 64 Plymouth Valiant. Timothy Baptista on the right-hand side in the 67 Chevelle. The Chevelle 1053 at 128 miles an hour, and the little Valiant 1066 123. And yes, you're about to witness the left-hand side front-wheel drive car outrunning the 55 Chevy. 1056 on the left, 1118 on the right-hand side. How's your mom, Brian?
She's good. She's good. She was happy I called, remembered her birthday, so that was a good thing. Got a little sun points there.
All right.
Her and Dad got 2 races left this season, so they're almost at the end of the year. Then they'll retreat to Florida. Carson Powell repaired his nope. I thought he repaired his throttle cable, and once again, when he went to the deck with it, it failed.
Yeah, you red lit a little bit on that call.
I was giving him a lot of credit. Dave Gallimore, 997.4, 132. So Carson Cable Powell will back up again and effect further repairs on his throttle cable.
The question here is, at what point, how quick does your car have to be before you need an NHRA license? And it is $9.99 and quicker for the license, which is why Street Machine Eliminator is cut off at 10:00.
I have always wondered how fast a 91 Dodge Dakota would travel in reverse at idle. And now I know that because I've seen it happen twice. Dave Gallimore, 997, 132 miles an hour. So, here's what I know that you don't know.
Oh, are we going through that list?
Just about things
Warren,
happening in our immediate vicinity.
Can we run the live feed till about, next week from Thursday?
So Brian Goldstone and Brian Robbins, they were running that car. Obviously, they ran it without water today. We talked about that. Badly just torched the cylinder head. They are taking the head off, and they're going to weld it up and fix it.
Why was there water on the ground when he ran? They were saying there was water on the track, which is why I presumed head gasket, but clearly not. No. Are they running it on methanol?
I would guess so.
I would assume.
But anyway, so they're done, I would guess. I mean, they're done for the day. So they're going to turn in whatever time slip they had, which is at 7:19, which is going to greatly start to close the gap there between himself and Steve Speece, who's in the lanes right now. And they're going to try to weld the cylinder head up, repair it, and bolt it back on and make it to Milan tomorrow.
I remember the last time we were here looking out and watching them to change their transmission right there where the gray wagon is.
The hustle is real as Chris Dubas and Bruce Peterson leave the starting line. Moving into our C Group cars here. Bruce Peterson goes 1088 at 123. Dubas goes 1141 at 121. Man, this emerald green hot rod is a really beautiful car. We passed it on the highway last night.
Riley Grabiak, daughter of Jay, runs the Primer 55. Her brother's also here.
It's such a nice shade of green.
It's really good, and it's also leading the hot rod class. A class of 2. The other car is a 29 DeSoto with a small block Mopar in it, but she's well ahead of him. She should run a 1090.
Tom Hogshead leaves with the wheels up, one of the original runners of the 2005 Drag Week 1 that concluded here on that Friday in September of 05. 1070, 111 for Hogshead. Riley Grabiak, 1110. If you remember back then, Tom Hogshead had a turbocharged small block Chevy in that car, which again was like home-built rocket science for the era. It was not anybody's kit or anything. It was his own doing.
We called it the science experiment.
Yes.
He said he still has it. He said lifetime, he's had 45 engines in that.
Get out of here.
That's what he said. He said he first bought it in, I think, 79, and then he sold it and got it back, sold it, got it back. Between everybody, 45 engines.
Ken Senko and Rick Dorn, 1081.8 at 127 miles an hour for Senko as Dorn went a 1076 at 131 miles an hour. The Jericho 4-speed equipped, primered up, B-Gas 55 Chevrolet. As Jim Everett, Dave Lips rolling up on the right side. That's Plum Crazy Purple Dodge.
The 55 has the capability to run in the bottom 11s. He's running in B gas. Probably not this time. That is a lot of black smoke. Strange things happening.
As Dave Lips goes 10-17, 137, and Jim Everett with the coal-injected 55 Chevy goes 11:46 at 119. Powered by Kingsford. Rich Hilly on one side and the Chrysler 300 on the other.
The Chrysler was in the Pro Street class earlier this week. I'm like, what is going on here? That was an announcer call of why does this thing belong to Pro Street? So they went and had a look at it and clearly moved him over to the correct class. This thing is quicker than you would expect it to be.
Yeah, especially if you're a guy that has a brand new Cadillac and you're watching this old Chrysler 300 dog walking down a racetrack. 11:01 at 123. At 11:56, 622.75 across the racetrack at a VP lane. That car is British Racing Green, I'm being told. Riley Grabiak's car.
I didn't think British Racing Green had any metallic.
I didn't think it did either, but that was what I was being passed along.
Chris Thompson coming out yet again. He is putting laps on this thing as he struggles throughout the week. Had the valve covers off of it last night. Looked like a valve train issue. He goes 832 at 164, even though he would love that to say 799. His opportunities for that are dwindling by the day as he's got to make another drive, and he's got 2 more attempts at 2 more tracks. We go to Milan, Michigan tomorrow, and I'm guessing that we're going to have to take a big whoop-de-doo all over the state to try and make that into some miles more than about, what, 120?
I'm guessing we're going to take the long way. Seth Haas, right side in the Corvette. Charlie from Brooklyn in his Monte Carlo on the opposite side. Charlie and our own KJ Jones go way, way back to the street racing wars in New York City. 10:46, 127 for Charlie. Seth Haas goes 12:74, 114 miles an hour.
If you're in the grandstands, I'm going to need you to just go ahead and drive down to Milan tomorrow.
Yeah.
You should come watch again.
Yes, you should. In fact, you have to now. You have to. It's the rules. Right side, that's Lee Brooks. Chris Lewis across from Brooks. The Dart GT. And Brooks in a really stunning 1964 F100 pickup truck. Lee Brooks punches a hole in the atmosphere to a 10:23.5 at 134.21. 11:42.4, 116 opposite Brooks. KJ has given us an update that he is finishing a sandwich. He'll be back in a few minutes. It's a lot of information. Not sure we needed all of that, but that's fine. Better than what he could have told us, I guess. Herb White and Tim Grabiak coming up. Grabiak had to be on and off the throttle just mildly, kind of feathered the gas, leaving the starting line. Just about cracking 100 in the 8th, 11:19.2, 123, as Herb White, 11:20 at 126.
I am getting news from Mike Finnegan. It says we're trying to solve dead hole, dead starter, dead water pump. If you've got a Hemi electric water pump in stock here on the pits, come on over. It's the same as for a big block Mopar.
But think of all the stuff that's alive. You know,
as a percentage.
That's the negative side. But on the positive side, there's a lot of stuff that's alive. Bobby Admire and Mike Sweeney. Admire has done very many good things in his GTO in the drag and drive world. Goes 10:33 with a 9er at 130.
9er.
Mike Sweeney.
Roger Wilco.
Goes 11:56.5 at 117. You can go back and see some great vintage footage of US 131 Motorsports Park. Back in the day, the popular hot rodding meet was held here. Was one of the biggest independent races in the country. Top fuel, funny cars. It was everything. It was a national event.
It was NHRA half points, right?
It did have some gradient in there, yeah. Some cool old Dave McClellan video here 11:67.9 at 129 miles an hour for A.J. McPherson. Mike Sullivan runs a 13:46 at 99.96.
You know, Dave McClelland was never anything less than a complete gentleman to me, and you were trying to fill his, microphone.
I am not.
Yes,
you
are.
No, I'm not. I would never try to do that.
Even though you have his job and his clients.
I lack the self-control that he had. I'm sure he thought everything I say. That's the thing. Jared Fowler goes 13:03 at 111. 12:15 at 112 miles an hour. Joe Ocone and Evan Oles coming up. Oles, the 81 Chevrolet Malibu. Ocone, the 1972 Dart. Man, nice launch for Evan. Torqued over to the right side, carrying the left front. Joe Ocone goes 10:06, 132. Evan goes 10:47, 125 miles an hour. There was a massive cloud of dust about a half mile up the highway, and I couldn't figure out what it was. And now that cloud of dust has come through, and they got a huge broom on the front of a front end loader. They're street sweeping the highways. You guys are serious about keeping stuff clean around here. In Massachusetts, we just don't do that. Ryan Palmer goes 10:75.6 at 126 miles an hour. 11:71.6 at 115 for Brent Webb.
You guys just scrape the tundra, right, year round?
Yeah, that's it. That's it. We don't have dust. It's too cold. It's permafrost. Ricky Edwards and Robert Ricci coming up. Ricci, that bright orange 88 IROC Z. And Ricky Edwards. And Robert Ricci, 10:63. Mike Heston, the 1964 blue and white F100 needs a built C4 transmission or an AOD. Dressler goes 11:89, 114. Hodge goes a 13:15 to 117. Mike Heston of the bucket list mob, the blue and white F100 1961 model year truck needs a built C4 auto transmission or an AOD. If you have one or know where to get one, find them in the pits. It's the truck that's shaped like a 1961 F100. Frank Diana and Devin Noyce coming up. Diana, the 1955 Chevy wagon. Noyce, the 1955 Chevy wagon. Noyce, the 1970 Plymouth. 10:51, 126 for Diana. And Devin goes 10:32, 132.
As an indicator of my glamorous lifestyle, the guy on the chat is informing me that I signed his sweaty work shirt at the first Roadkill Nights in Pontiac, Michigan.
Look, let's go a little inside baseball here. We visit Brian Goldstone's shop yesterday. Visit Goldstone shop yesterday. We're part of the whole maelstrom of people and all the activity there. And then you have a lot of interaction with a dedicated fan base. 1077, 125 for Pete Chongris is Andrew Taylor. Goes 1096, 124. A lot of hands shaking, a lot of hugs given, a lot of photos taken. First stop, you say, I got to go wash my damn hands.
Yeah.
The hands were soaked in the microbes of 100 different people. So we pull in to a gas station upon your demand, only to find, when you wash your hands, that
there's no soap and no paper towels. Once again,
now wait a second.
The TV star life of luxury.
KJ overcame this issue.
He went into the ladies' room. He went into the effing ladies' room.
Jeff Mink goes 10:02 at 138 miles an hour. Nate Garver, 11:26, 123. You, on the other hand, just sulked your way back to the car with your wet and still gross hands. We have something that needs to be collected. Whoa, baby. If your name is F. Volmerhausen, you need to come to the timing tower. Last name, Volmerhausen. We have something for you. Come into the race control area and bring some sort of ID. Dalton Novesinger and John Powell. Novesinger going to be making a next pass here as Powell going to solo, goes 13:52.5 at 108. Ultimately, though, you did go the Purell route. You greased him down with Purell.
There's not enough Purell in 6 states to handle what was going on there.
It was weird you gargled it. I mean, that was the strangest part of it, was the gargling of the Purell. But so Dalton Knopfsinger.
He's got that late model step side bed on there, OBS step side.
10:55, 129.91.
Notice I refer to 30-year-old trucks as late model.
Yes, yeah. And the boat is coming up next. Turbo BMW power. The thing looks good going down the highway. I mean, we pulled up to it last night. He shot some video. We blasted some photos of it. You did admit that you liked the cut of his jib.
You know, in Roadkill, we had a boat car one time, and it was on top of a Nissan something or other. I don't remember what. We rented another Nissan of the same model, though it was newer, and we did a drag race with the boat against the rental car, theoretically Nissan to Nissan. And unfortunately, the boat outran the new rental car.
Yeah.
And so what we did is we borrowed a nitrous bottle from someone, filled it up, and ran a nitrous hose directly into the airbox of the rental car, and then we were able to outrun the boat.
And it looks like he's going to do another burnout. Oh, maybe there's a problem. He's either indicating there's a problem or showing somebody how to tie a square knot. Well, David, he's heading back to dry dock. Yes, boat jokes. It's broken. It's broken. When we can get Warren to kind of somewhat half angrily swear under his breath while laughing, we're doing something right. He's our test audience.
He's our Ed McMahon.
He's our You are correct, sir. 1367 and 105 for Mike Gillette. It was reported of a broken prop on the back of the Jenny boat. It was the Nina, the Pinta, and the What the F is that-a. Here comes Andy Savakinas, the V10 truck. The proper V10 truck, not the one you have, the Iron Lump V10. This is the real good one from a Viper. Savakinas goes 1170 to 116 miles an hour. Well, your truck is cool. 3/4 ton Dodge, 4-wheel drive, factory V10.
5-speed, regular cab.
Yeah. Sounds like a wounded animal and makes half the power of a modern V8. It's a pretty magical combination.
Sounds terrible.
But you love the way this one sounds. That's Frank Veneziano's high-revving GT500 Mustang, and Joe Harris in the Mercedes diesel-powered Chevette, which did run 114 miles an hour yesterday.
I would love to see it break into the 13s, right?
They ran 14.1 or 14.0 or something, yeah. Somewhere Rudolph Diesel is smiling. Okay. Maybe he's grimacing now, but he was smiling. 10:56, 135 for the Mustang.
And look at him bang gears. You can see exactly where he shifts because it's puff, puff, puff. 14:59 at 117.
It's better speed than he's run.
The Mustang 10:56, 135.
It appears as though the way it launches that they're using they launch in fifth and then he upshifts his way down the racetrack and it improves the acceleration.
It could be. It appeared to me he was leaving at half throttle, but perhaps that's the explanation. It's all that torque.
Aaron Huseman. And that Cummins diesel-powered truck, as we go through our diesel part of the program, you saw the thing hit the rev limiter out there, and he's going to pedal it. Almost like it came out of gear, maybe. 11:06.6, 125 for Huseman. Mike Higgins and Josh Felix. 72 Pontiac Ventura. Mike Higgins, the 1969 Chevelle. Yeah. Craig Sorensen jumped on the gas. The thing jumped up on the rear tires. As Dave Gallimore going to drive away in the Chevelle 996 133. Craig Sorensen goes 11:30 at 124. Ricky Dorn coming up on the right side, and the classic 1964 Dodge coming up on the left. This was the car that had a very strange situation going on with the front end. When they went to full throttle in this car yesterday, the front end towed in wildly. They took it all the way to the finish line at like 95 miles an hour, but it looked pretty bad. They worked on the brakes last night. Front end does not look nearly as bad as it did yesterday. Car is tracking in a straight line, and Ricky Dorn goes 1077, 130. 1330 at 109 miles an hour for the stick-shifted Mopar in the VP Racing Fuels lane. C lanes are closed. We have mentioned that. C lanes are closed. Here comes the shockingly quick Chrysler 300C that ran almost into the 9s last time. This is Dave Studley on the other side in the 1979 Malibu. D lanes are open. Delta is open. Charlie, C lanes are closed. D lanes are open. 10:06, 134. And yes, we are going to extend our time somewhat today because of the fog delay we had this morning. And Lonnie Grimm will keep us apprised of the different times that we'll be using on that. But we are going to continue on here this afternoon. C lanes are locked down and closed. D lanes are open. Dave Studley went a 10:06, 134 as Isaac Poe and Rich Hilly come up. And trouble for Isaac Poe. Sounds like it might have broke a drive shaft or something, or a transmission, as Hilly goes 11:55, 122. Should mention that the 300C went 1090 at 123 miles an hour. This car that's having the issue is powered by a modern Hellcat engine. Let's see if they can get that thing to move, but otherwise it might need a little assistance off the racetrack. Oh, it's going to back up. D lanes are open. C lanes are closed. D lanes are open. Once again, C lanes are closed and D lanes are open. So it sounds like another throttle cable issue. I don't know if I've ever seen so many throttle cable issues in a single day of drag week action before. Summer Racing Equipment is proud to support drag and drive racers across the country. You'll always save big at summitracing.com. Shop millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 brand names. Parts for racing, street performance, trailers, trucks, tools, and accessories. If you need something new, the Summit Racing parts truck will be on site at every stop, and you can conveniently buy the parts you need to drive and race with confidence. Use the Summit Racing app to shop anytime, anywhere. Winning takes work. Getting parts is easy. SummitRacing.com. Alex Taylor coming around the corner as Kelvin Poe will come up. Seth Haas on the other side of the racetrack. Isaac Poe will be, well, literally idling his way back to the pits. Kelvin might have waved on the way by. And so Kelvin Poe side by side with Seth Haas, 12:11 for the Corvette, a 12:44-1 at 118 for the Pontiac. All right, big moment here.
Yes, what Alex Taylor's trying to do is run quicker than a 7:00. She potentially could walk out of here. Nope, mathematically no.
She'd have to run her career best by a lot, a seemingly inconceivable amount.
Okay, Mr. Interrupty guy. Number 2, she could walk out of here in the second position.
Potentially. I stopped her from making a horrible mistake. There it is. There it is. She's going to make the trip. Alex Taylor, a 4:55 in the 8th, 170, 683 at 217 miles an hour. And And that is a big, big run delivered in the clutch for Alex Taylor.
And the quickest that we've seen from her this week.
217.39 miles an hour, one of the best speeds we've seen her out turnout as well. The car was 115 to 60 feet, 4.5 seconds, and it was going 199 miles an hour at 1,000 feet. Picked up another 18 numbers in the last 320 feet of the drag strip.
Solid. See, because she went quicker than ever, and because Spees hasn't gotten down the track, right? So that puts her probably in the number 2 position overall.
I do not believe Spees has given up the fight.
Judging by Ryan Crosley aiming his camera at me, I'm assuming that Mike Finnegan is coming up pretty soon.
I don't see him.
They are shooting for Finnegan's YouTube channel, his whole adventure this week.
Mike is getting food right now. That's why these guys are shooting us.
Got it.
The one thing less gross than watching Mike eat is aiming a camera at us. Which is a crazy thing to think about. Andrew Taylor and John Powell.
I used to be a square S10 guy. I might be warming up to the round S10.
Oh, no, I'd say you still are.
Yeah.
Yeah, square jokes. 1087.3, 124. John Powell goes 12:01 and 120.
And welcome to Laugh-In.
Jared Fowler and Carson Powell. Powell and Fowler. Powell goes 978, or rather 1182 at 109. Jared Fowler goes 1217 at 112. The D lanes are open, as you well know. Oof. That thing was revved to the moon. Did not want to change gears. Vanderwall goes 1071, 129 in the Bullet. More like a misfire to me. 1865 at 52. Hopefully there's nothing too badly hurt about the Bullet.
You know what that may have been? There's a lot of people who are really tripped up here by the 500 Pro tree. You know, a Pro tree is typically 400 thousandths of a second between all 3 ambers and the green. And we run a 500 Pro tree because that has been easier for our bracket racers. And part of that's why it's not a 3 amber. Do you remember why they originally went to the 3 amber tree instead of the 5?
1986, to save time, incremental time savings per run, actually returned some efficiencies back to running a race.
And I would have considered that that was a time save here at Drag Week, except for we added it right back into the reaction.
Yeah, we gained nothing.
Yeah.
Brandon Tothrow, once again, problems for the boat as Josh Felix, 10:04.5, 135 miles an hour. Tothrow may have actually just simply gone up there to break the beams. Honestly, that may have been his strategy because, as we know, at Drag Week, if you break the beams, you'll be given a default 28-second elapsed time. 20-second elapsed time. And while that does not help you win anything, it verifies that you competed that day and you can claim that you've ran every track and you completed the event. That looked to me like he was just doing that, and so they can probably fix a problem that they have discovered that's going to require some time.
Was he wearing a Mae West or a fire suit?
A Mae West?
You don't know Mae West?
What is a Mae West? All right, so we got 2 guys that were alive during the Korean War that knows what that is. What? Man. Wow. Yeah, this is... It's really something.
Wow, get an education.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's make some Lon Chaney joke next. Mike Higgins and Katie Clark. Bet Clark Gable could run faster than that. Mike Higgins goes 10:43 at 1:30 as Katie Clark goes 12:82 at 108.
Do you know what a Dagmar is?
Yeah, that's the front thing on a bumper that came from the cartoon.
Obscure reference. Cartoon? No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Nope.
Yeah.
Let me go to the Google.
Kyle Thocher, Bruce Peterson.
What cartoon was it?
Bruce Peterson goes 10:92 to 122.
What 1980s children's cartoon
Kyle
did you
Thocher,
think that it came from?
11:42, 117. I thought there was actually a cartoon with a large-chested person in it that was named Dagmar, but apparently not. It was a person.
Dagmar was an actress. Virginia Ruth Jenny Lewis, known as Dagmar, an American actress, model, and television personality. In the 1950s, she became one of the first major female stars of television, receiving much press coverage.
You sound like a guy doing a bus tour of the Hollywood homes. If you look to your right.
You got to get your schooling somewhere, Brian.
Martin Villeneuve coming back up in the wagon. He's hot lapping this thing today. And the hippie plays bow tie Hunter Mustang on the left-hand side.
Remember the hippie hunter?
You talking about the Hemi Hunter?
No, hippie hunter, right? No.
The world's fastest hippie
World's
was Mike.
fastest hippie.
That was Mike
Mitchell.
And
you sure there wasn't a hippie hunter?
No, it was the Hemi Hunter you're talking about. And you have the world's fastest hippie with Mitchell.
Right. What was Mitchell's cars called? I remember, of course, the Corvette Roadster with the freak dots all over it. 11:18, 120 miles an hour there on the left-hand side. Villeneuve still making his way down in the Mopar.
He was on and off the throttle, goes 19:05 at 92. I honestly think he just went more by the moniker the world's fastest hippie than an actual car name. And they did all have some very chemically inspired paint schemes on them.
Wasn't the Corvette top?
Yeah, but it was like the Beach City car and everything else. The topless Corvettes. Tim Bradshaw, 10:56, 137. Justin Good goes 11:64 to 128. That was Gary Gablich, put that Beach City Corvette off the end of, might have been the end of Irwindale, ended up in the center of a highway burning back in the day.
Were you thinking of Dagwood?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of, I guess, yeah.
Yeah. I knew you'd be thinking Wood.
Steve Eaton and Matt Backus sprinting their way down the quarter mile. 10:96.7, 127 for Eden as Backus, who spent far less time on the chip there, goes 11:60 at 116. Tremec manufactures the industry's most celebrated overdrive performance manual transmissions and is a proud sponsor of Drag Week 2024. Building high-performance manuals since 1964, Tremec's 5 and 6 speeds are built to deliver what most competitors can only claim. From boulevard bruisers to street strip terrors and nearly any high-performance application in between, early or late, they can all be made more fun, offer better function, and return better fuel economy through the use of a Tremec. To find out more, visit them online at Tremec.com or stop by the Tremec display to pick up some literature. Matt Beebe goes 11:53. Sean Royce goes 13:04. Steve Speece back at the staging lanes as Kathy Rugg and Orlando Garza get ready to run. Orlando Garza just went up there at stage and broke the beams, going to back out. Kathy Rugg goes 12:58 at 105.61. From street easy to full race, Holley's EFI systems cover everything from simple self-learning throttle body systems like the Sniper 2, plug-and-play systems like Terminator X, or all-out race systems like the Holley Dominator. Features include self-tuning strategies, handheld programmers, and striking touchscreens. The leader in innovative fuel systems, Holley EFI. So there is a Monster Energy consumption count on Dave Witt's back window. 510. That is 21 Monster Energy so far.
That was you this morning.
I just go with the single tanker of Red Bull in the mornings.
Yeah, we had to fly in an airdrop for your energy.
Well, it slowed me down because of those fires in California. All those planes are occupied doing things now. Doug Elkins. Elkins in the Galaxy. Dave Witt, the high-strung Monster Energy-inspired 1285, 83-mile-an-hour machine. Elkins goes 1480 at 94.
Spieth is back again, as he needs to be. Hopefully they sorted out what the issue was. Last time he was up here, he let go of the brake, and the thing just sort of...
Yeah, it was very, very odd. Chandler Good and Steve Spieth. Of course, we used to call his Pro Stock cars the Spieth Ship. We'll see what we can do here in the Nova.
He's got his I Survive Drag Week Impound sticker on there.
Wheelie bar measurement made, little tweak in the alignment of the car in the lane. Steve Spieth will make his next attempt, trying to keep pace with Alex Taylor and potentially go around, or at least gain ground, I should say. He can't go around until he could gain ground on Brian Goldstone. More trouble over there.
Chandler Good banging gears in the Mustang. He goes to the 8th mile, 8:23, and the quarter mile, 12:63 at 112 miles an hour. Oh, Spieth gets out, gets sideways, and he is off the throttle.
Josh Jablonski and Ryan Buechel coming up. The pickup truck for Buechel. Jablonski, the high-riding, running rust Falcon. The VP fuel truck is leaving in 20 minutes. The VP fuel truck will be leaving in 20 minutes. 12:06, 113 for Buechel. Jablonski goes 12:63, 109. Mike Bennett, Rick Branson side by side. Bennett goes 12:18, 110. Rick Branson goes 13:76 at 100. Sharon Bogardus coming up left side. That is the AMC. That late second-gen Chevrolet Camaro on the Gun Lake Casino side of the drag strip goes through 1191, 113. VP side for Bogardus at 1280 at 106. Flowmaster is the exhaust technology leader. Flowmaster offers a full line of performance mufflers and high-quality stainless steel exhaust systems for a wide variety of vehicles. Be sure to check out the new Flowmaster Signature Series Premium stainless exhaust for modern trucks. From mild to wild, Flowmaster has the sound you need. Harry Skozak and Nate Broom coming up. Broom takes his start down to a 12:07.3. Skozak goes 12:04.5 at 112 miles an hour.
Look at Kyle Wimmer here on the right-hand side in this giant Buick Electra. It's a 64, and they had to put a 65, a Wildcat hood on it because they couldn't find a hood for this particular pile. And so if you look at it, it's all Frankenstein. They sectioned it, diced it, cut it, mangled it, put vents in it, had us sign it. It's pretty crazy. It's got a 455 in it with a little toot of nitrous. They did some weight savings, and that big old tank just went 1343 at 100 miles an hour.
He took 300 pounds out of it, and part of that was the hood.
Makes
so
sense.
they ditched the Electra hood, and the Wildcat hood that he chopped up in section, I guess, was actually functionally way lighter from the factory for some reason.
And it has no underneath
I guess that was the problem, yeah. And then he said the exhaust system, that thing from the factory had a transverse muffler in it.
Yeah.
So it had a giant, he said the muffler itself, he said weighed something like 60 pounds.
Yeah, he said it had another 40 pounds of carbon in it.
Right. Randy Giuliani comes up in his Super B, or Coronet, and Tim Craig goes down the left side in the Dart, pair of Mopars. Greg goes 12:30 at 86 miles an hour. Giuliani goes 11:68 at 114. Early Fox body Mustang left side even has the cool early hood graphic that they used on those cars. Reminiscent of the Screaming Chicken, but more Mustang-y. Mason Miller, Joey Nichols. So T5 transmission just getting hammered in that thing.
I come up with the lines like on a 5-second, 10-second delay, and then it's too late. I can't pull them out on you.
12:32, 111 for Miller. Joey Nichols, 12:73 at 105. I remember back in your prime, man. I remember back in your prime, but you've lost a step.
Yeah.
Happens to the best of them. I'm just trying to stroke his ego. I'm trying to make him feel good. He's struggling a little bit over here. I'm just trying to build him up a little bit. Mason Miller and Joey Nichols, 13:29 for Miller. Nichols, 13:98. Pretty cool. John Shimura posted a guy asked about this car. He actually, random guy on Facebook saw this thing going down the highway pulling a trailer and posted a picture of it. Had no idea about Drag Week or anything else, and it got sent back to him somehow, and he posted a whole thing. The engine combination is a 3.4 liter V6, 10-to-1 compression. You know, it's all worked over. It's just a neat car. It's not anything I would have ever thought in a million years to do what he has done to it, but look at how quick it is, and it's just cool.
And they were broken down at a gas station getting help from the Bogarduses fixing the thing yesterday. It just went 1198 at 115 miles an hour.
And that wasn't the car at the gas station. That was the Pontiac Grand Prix.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, then.
Jake Knopfsinger, 15:24 at 76.
Front wheel drive.
Ty Cobb.
Whatever.
Ty Cobb, who you alerted me to this yesterday, that he was the guy that had the Ford Escape.
I only say that because his trailer says Escape.
It was definitely him. When we drove by and I saw him, it was definitely him.
Yeah.
Now, the Escape with its 3-liter V6 was way faster than the small block Chevy powered pickup truck that goes 17, 19, and 83, but the Ranger is good. Small block Ford, I should say, in the front of the Ranger. 1398 at 99 miles an hour for Craig White. Two crusty wagons. Jaron Nowinski on the right side, the 2.5-liter, 4-cylinder, 5-speed Town and Country K-Car. And the Chevy 2 wagon making its way down the VP Racing Fuel side. $12.80 at 106 as Nowinski goes $14.95 at 95.
People on the feed asking, where do I get results? The answer to that is hotrod.com. Actually, you can Google Hot Rod Drag Week 2024 results. You'll find that. If you go to hotrod.com, you'll also get stories updating you on a lot of the stuff that happens here that we can't see from the tower. So check that out, hotrod.com.
For David, that includes a lot of stuff on the racetrack. John Marecki, right-hand side, that turbocharged Pontiac. He's going to stage that sucker again. Here we go. Very mild, kind of almost a stock LS motor with a single turbo on it for the Pontiac. The Hellcat runs 1234 109 at 1283, also 109 for the Poncho. Now this, David, was the car you saw at the gas station being repaired. Kyle Osborne's Pontiac. Brian Clark on the left side. So Brian Clark on the back window of his Mustang has written, "I am the ex-husband to the Explorer."
Oh, okay.
It's very weird, but I kind of love the whole thing. I don't know. Maybe we could update the messages to find out what the hell's going on. I don't know. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Right front tire smoker right there. See it leaving the one stripe outside the groove?
Yeah. Maybe that's what they were trying to fix at the gas station.
1279.5, 112, and Kyle Osborne goes 1563 at 95 miles an hour with a very, very long distance burnout. Nate Mahoy coming up. Mahoy driving his Monza Spider. And Nick Latomsky. Latomsky, the third generation Camaro. Bunch of cars loaded up. Got a couple of cool looking runners leaving. That great looking F100's leaving with its utility trailer on the back. And Nate Latomsky making more gear changes than a Fast and Furious car chase scene. Goes 1291 at 112 miles an hour. And for Nate Mahoy, trouble is I guess there was some leakage out of the front of the engine, so they're going to back up the Monza. Drippage level was too high to proceed there, so they're going to mop that up and we'll be right back at it. Scott Montgomery leaves in the WRX. There is an argument to be made, and you will slay me for even saying this, but there's an argument to be made, at least several years ago, that the WRX was the closest thing that one could buy to what a traditional muscle car was on the market. You could get it relatively stripped of options. Stick shift was pretty fast for what it was.
Which is why I had it on the cover of the Hot Rod magazine with a Mitsubishi.
I remember that.
And made that statement that these will be the Hemi-Cudas of the future, and I got absolutely filleted by the audience. Now, I will say, I was forced to put the imports in Hot Rod magazine. It was an absolute, you better do this or I will find someone else who will. So I opted to keep my job, but I was also proven correct.
Jake Youngblood, 1287-105. Many people have forgotten because it was a rather forgettable moment in the illustrious history of that magazine, but the Stephen Yante Acura Integra build from years ago.
Also part of that requirement.
Also gag-worthy.
It really was. It was bad. We were terrible at the import coverage, and that was my plan because I fought to the death going, man, you know what? These cars are great. We should have magazines about them. There's no reason that they shouldn't be a major part of the aftermarket. I don't hate them for what they are. They don't belong in Hot Rod magazine because while Hot Rod used to cover absolutely every type of car back in the day, it had morphed to the point where it was an American muscle car in Hot Rod magazine, and the audience was not going to tolerate the Japanese cars, and that was correct.
Yeah.
And so it was a very short-lived experiment at Hot Rod with the import cars.
Yeah, the Acura Integra thing was just a square peg in a round hole. Caleb Frenetti going down the 1988 Monte Carlo SS. Back in the day, I remember this as being a kid reading the magazine, 1448 with a 1 for Frenetti. There was one of those little rumor blurbs they used to put in the front that Chevrolet had considered putting nitrous oxide as a factory option in those cars. You remember that?
April Fool's issue?
It actually wasn't. Gray Baskerville wrote it. It was a whole thing. They had an interview in it and everything. I can go back and find it. I'll show you. But it was just an odd, and again, it was one of those whatever things. It was probably shot at the SEMA show or something like that. Or
yeah,
whatever.
no. Baskerville would occasionally get into the clear liquids.
Kerry Nisheim and Jeff Richardson. Jeff goes down to 1430. Nisheim goes 1250. The clear
the ones that aren't water?
Yeah. Can it melt the glass jar? Yeah.
I believe this truck on the right-hand side was the one KJ was telling us about where it blew up an engine and they got one out of Craigslist or Marketplace and changed it.
Aaron Green put a leg out of bed, as the Aussies like to say, threw a rod right through the side of the block of the motor that was in the truck, and now he's down here with the replacement engine. And Mark Wishka goes 1282 at 105. Green in the truck goes 1141 at 121.
$12.22 on the right-hand side and $12.31, 106 in the left lane.
Bob Helm and Vince Rash. Would it make sense that Bob Helm would have the boat? Am I right? Am I right? These are jokes, people. This is an audience on oil painting. So Helm and Rash lead the starting line. Vince Rash, one of the originals from 2005, in the car he drove on that 2005 drag week. Bob Helm is going to go 1419, 102. And Vince, in his roll bar free GTO convertible, goes 1788 at 54. So they're calling the big Oldsmobile Vista Cruiser the bandwagon, as Justin Roby, a member of the Vibrolas, leaves the starting line with his fiberglass hood-equipped Vista Cruiser. Oh, Chris Hosner, pronounced Hosner. Steve Lindner goes 1177 at 125 as Hosner goes 1535.6 at 87 miles an hour. The Oldsmobile bounding into the fully staged position as Seth Linder comes up with the 85 Chevy truck. Roby goes 12:02, 117. Linder goes 14:12 with a 9 at 95 miles an hour. In our D group runners right now, we can see the James Fogarty piloted Tundra and Andrew Wamsley. The BBS wheels on the front of that thing. Good looking little 92 Ford Mustang in green. So Fogarty and Wamsley will finish their respective runs. The truck's a lot closer to that Mustang than I figured. 16:38 for Wamsley. Fogarty goes 16:02.
We love the graphics on this Roadrunner. There was a time I would not have.
Agree.
But now it comes back around.
Yeah, from about 1990 until about 3 weeks ago, probably would have hated him.
That's about right.
But now, I'm in. Ooh, man, the Ford truck would not change gears. That thing was revved to the moon. I'm guessing a Coyote motor in it because that thing was way, way, way up there in the RPM range. 1194 for Roger Blackford, and the pickup truck will go 1318 at just 69 miles an hour. John Nuccia left side. Trevor Slusser on the right. Slusser, the four-door Chevelle. We passed John Nuccia on the highway last night. Just a really nice, clean Dakota truck. And he is having some problems mid-course. So Slusser is going to run around the outside of the Gun Lake Casino range, or lane, 12:11.9, 125. 15:73 at 63 for Nuccia.
Trevor Slusser doing great trailer burnouts yesterday at Lane Automotive. Here's number 2 in our hot rod class on the right-hand side. Brian, the 427 big block in this truck was actually tooting some nitrous out of it, which explains a little something. We did not expect this to run in 1080s yesterday.
Yeah, when this thing ripped off at 1080, it was heroic. As he purges the nitrous again. And he is off the throttle, going to coast that truck, and the VP side goes 11:23 at 87 miles an hour. That is Mark Counts in that 1969 GMC. 13:74 at 93 miles an hour for Dan Austin. Quick bit of mopping there as Austin left us half a rock quarry when he came off the starting line. Brian Robinson and Rob Mazer coming up next. Very steady stream of traffic heading out of the gate area here, or out behind the timing tower. All right, so they're making me throw to KJ. Here you go. Sure, take it.
Thanks, Brian. Thanks very much. KJ Jones here in the staging lanes at Hot Rod Drag Week 2024, presented by Gear Vendor Overdrive. The D class, the D category, Brian just noted it. It's the slower cars of Drag Week. Basically, this is Street Machine Eliminator, and I believe there is a window of 12 seconds. Can't run anything quicker than 12 seconds. It's really the in my opinion, the true like hot rods of this event. Street machines, daily drivers. Actually, the class was formerly called Daily Driver years ago. I saw this 68 Firebird here. It's a beautiful car. Actually, who it is, and it's a new car. It was just completed within weeks ago, I guess a couple of days ago almost, and they got on the road and brought it down from Massachusetts to race it. But I saw this sticker here, and people have been asking about cars that have this sticker on the hood. This is a sticker that denotes they're racing or they're competing within the Street Machine Eliminator with a sealed hood. At no time during the Dragway competition can the driver of this car or his teammate, his crewmate, his wife, rip this tape off and open the hood. If they do, they're just disqualified from that segment of the competition. They're still in the class and they're still racing to go quick and win that class. But this is special right here. If you go this distance, the distance that they're racing is roughly 860 miles or so collective. If you can do that in a car and not open the hood, not have to touch anything, not have to touch a spark plug, not have to change timing if this isn't if it's not an EFI car that's controlled by a laptop, if it's just a distributor. For no reason can they go under this hood right now and take this tape off. If they do, they're out of it. So it's really a testament to a really, really good street car if you can go whatever distance Hot Rod Drag Week is and never have to peel that tape off. Brian?
Oh, you want to take it back now? Yeah? Okay. That's how this works, huh? Just tell me to give it away and then tell me to take it back. All right. Jen Reynolds and Tom List coming up right now. The sealed hood stuff is very cool. It's a unique challenge that was added to Drag Week several years ago. Not many people take us up on it because it is tough sledding to pull it off. Tom List, the turbocharged Tahoe, and Jen Reynolds in the Pontiac on the left side. The Tahoe will be lagging behind that 81 Chevy Camaro, I should say, not Firebird. 1256, 105 List, 1388 at 99. Dan Mathias right side, the 1968 Camaro. And really cool GTO on the left. As Mathias on the gas, going to outpace the Pontiac. 1184, 5112. The GTO goes 1209 at 116. We're going to take a moment here, do some track maintenance, do a little track prep. And as they're prepping the racetrack, we're going to pay a couple of bills.
Get the best racing features with MSD's Ultra 6AL and Ultra 6AL Plus, and an all-new MSD mobile app for configuring your ignition. Completely redesigned, all in a smaller package. Find out more about MSD's latest products at Holley.com.
Now customers can save up to $140 when you purchase an MSD ProBuild Ignition Bundle. These packages include a ProBuilt distributor, new Ultra 6AL ignition box, plus a Blaster 2 coil. Your complete ignition upgrade is one click away. Visit MSDignition.com for all the details.
Since 1963, the name Mickey Thompson has been synonymous with pushing boundaries and gaining traction where others dare not venture. Mickey Thompson Tires and Wheels.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means turning some rust into rolling artwork. Built with Summit means you're making something that was already fast, even faster. It means that your project will be on the road or track long after you've bolted it together. And Built with Summit means you're doing it with in-stock parts, fast shipping, expert advice, and the best prices. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Here in the pits of Hot Rod Drag Week 2024, presented by Gear Vendors Overdrives, Mickey Thompson Tires and Wheels is bringing you this live report from the pits. Mickey Thompson Tires and Wheels. Well, Mickey Thompson Tires, the Baja MTZ. Snova right here is getting ready to hit the road and going down towards Milan Dragway, hit all the checkpoints and go to Milan. Can you tell us about why you use an off-road tire as your drive tire?
It works great for the weather. If we run into rain or anything like that, it works perfect for that. The car runs really smooth with those tires, and they work perfect.
Really smooth, but I mean, you got a lot of engine noise, of course. So the engine noise, I would imagine, is taking out the tire noise. It's probably pretty loud.
Yeah, we can't hear it at all. It's funny. Every year we have somebody ask us, how loud are those tires on the road? It's like, we can't hear it at all. Look at big motor up there.
These tires on your lifted F350 are probably pretty loud. Let's put it that way. But very compliant. What type of? Have you any? Good question. When you
Not really. We run street injectors, and then we have a gear vendor in here, so we can run down the highway 65, 70, and we can get 100 miles out of a gas tank.
100 miles off a gas tank. Wow, that's awesome. Well, listen, good luck. We were just kind of curious about the tire selection, you know, this being an off-road tire, but if it works for Drag Week, it works for Drag Week. Brian, back to you.
AJ, thank you very much. As Brian Osner goes down the racetrack, 1181 at 90 miles an hour. Across the racetrack at a 1317 at 104. Bill Stockert and Paul Nichols will be coming up next. Paul Nichols has run a bunch of drag weeks in this 1955 Chevy Nomad. There's a little bit less of it every time we see it each year, but it's still very cool. Bill Stockert goes 1231, 111.58. Working through our D group here, and the plan per Lonnie Grimm is that we're going to basically run virtually all the D group cars out of the lanes before we open things up to the all-run section of the afternoon. Brian Decker and Kyle Sherman coming up. Decker, really nice truck. Two-tone, cream and red. Custom deluxe paintwork on there from the 1980s. And the Corvette of Kyle Sherman, which has carbon fiber rear quarter panels on it. Fun little detail about that car. It runs very well. Good enough to go 1274, 109. Meanwhile, Brian Decker goes 1569 at 83 miles an hour. Jason English and Jeffrey Good are up next. Battle of the pickup trucks here, the 88 Dodge Dakota and the 54 Ford F100. Jason English and Jeff Good being full throttle down the racetrack here. English going to drive away from Good. A 1452 at 91 miles an hour. Good goes 1550 at 88. All right, we talked about the import stuff, how that didn't exactly light the world on fire, but I want to know a couple of other swings and misses you can remember. Andy Tagg and Troy Norris coming up here from the extended tenure you've had at in the magazine business. A couple of things that were seemingly surefire hits that did not necessarily pan out the way it would have done. Norris in the Mustang, Tagg in the pickup truck has the tailgate down for maximum aerodynamic efficiency, which I think has been proven to do nothing. 1327 at 102. Norris, 1368, 103.
Yeah, the tailgate down deal, it's amazing. There's been magazine stories about it. I think Consumer Reports did it. I think Mythbusters did it.
Yeah.
As far as the wind tunnel guys that I know, they say it really doesn't make a bit of difference because the big problem is the air tumbling behind the cab and creating a big negative pressure area there right by the rear window. And the problem is not out at the tailgate. The right-hand lane just went 1197 with a 6. and 1250 at 110 on the left-hand side.
So after you completely ignored the question I asked you, I'll ask it again.
I was eating chips.
No, you weren't even doing that then. You were just straight up ignoring me. Swings and misses. Things you thought this was going to be a surefire hit, or maybe an idea, concept, story, trend that just started and went nowhere, even though you thought it was going to be a big thing.
Man, I thought it would be great when we started announcing together, and that's one of the biggest regrets of my career.
Maybe your whole life. William Gregory and Dave Haygood going down the racetrack. For Gregory, 8th mile, then 1,000 feet, and the quarter mile, 1290 at 103. For Haygood, 1391 at 100.
More fails than wins, I'd say.
Yeah.
I remember one of the big fails. I was at SEMA, and I met this guy, and he's telling me all about his great TV show, and I'm like, huh? What? And he's like, you mean you've never heard of me? I was like, no. It was the guy from Pink's, which
Rich Christensen.
At the time was an actual thing. Later on, I got a phone call from a TV producer. Oh, I have to tell this story. The guy in the right-hand lane here, Jason Link in the 51 Ford, he has a photo with him of him in 1954 at 5 years old with his dad, who bought that car brand new. And now it's out here running 1393 at 98 miles an hour at Drag Week. The other lane, 1361 at 101. So the other time is I get a phone call, and it's from a TV producer, and he's telling me about this thing he wants to get CarCraft magazine involved in. I was the editor of CarCraft at the time. And I'm like, wait a minute. What? Huh? Like, our audience is going to hate that. Because what they pitched me was, we're going to take the Chevelle SS396 and turn it into a lawnmower and blah, blah. It was Monster Garage.
Oh, no way.
Yeah, and I just said, no, get lost. Just like Robert Levens just did, 1193 at 112. And Trevor Miller on the left-hand side went 1458 at 93 miles an hour.
Wes Kawaja goes down to the Corvette, 1248, 114 across the drag strip. That's a 1296 at 103 miles an hour. Neil Jenks. That high riding straight axle Mercury Comet. Jenks goes 1205, 115, then a 1288, 106 for the Comet. It was the Comet Cyclone, then the Cyclone became a standalone, right? Or was it always a Comet Cyclone?
It was a Comet. A Comet Cyclone was a trim level.
Yeah, that's what I was guessing.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. But here's something about the Comet. Did you know the first couple of years it was not a Mercury Comet? They were just a Comet.
Really?
You know why?
No.
They were going to be Edsels.
Oh, no way.
Yeah.
Interesting.
The compact Comet was going to be the downsized Edsel, and they pulled the plug on that, but decided the car was good enough to put it out there. If you look at the very early ones with the weird, like, cat-eye angled taillights and stuff, you're like, yeah, I could see the Edsel in it now.
That makes some sense. Yeah, Jeffrey Six goes 1315. Allison Jenks goes 1447. It probably would have actually helped the Edsel brand if they had gotten that thing out.
Probably.
Yeah.
But it was Robert McNamara who said, you know, Ixnay on the Edsel.
Yeah.
It was gone.
Randy Kenny and Nate Bender. Kenny is in the S10 truck, and Bender is in that nice 1991 Pontiac Firebird. Both of them pulling around 80 miles an hour in the 8th, 1348 on one side for the truck. Bender, 1369 on the other, the VP Racing Fuels lane. McNamara was one of the Whiz Kids that came in after World War II, and they called them the Whiz Kids. It was this group of young, brilliant industrial engineers that effectively saved the Ford Motor Company from what was certain ruination. The company had been so poorly run for so long that it was 100% going to collapse under its own weight. And the whiz kids, including McNamara, put the thing back on its feet. He would go on, of course, to become the president of the company, and then he would go on to become the Secretary of War during the Vietnam era, which that did not go well.
Yep.
As Tim Woolen goes 11.65 at 98 miles an hour. Ray Hageman goes 13.13 at 99. But that young group, there was 5 or 6 guys that came in just after World War II, and they had all worked in, war planning and advanced military stuff, and they were able to apply all these lessons they learned to help reorganize the Ford Motor Company and fix it, essentially.
And, of course, he was radically unpopular within the old guard of Ford.
Right. He was
the punk kid coming in there and shaking things up.
Dan Warren, Darren Keck. Keck is in the 84 LTD and the 1980 Fairmont for Dan Warren. 12.42 and 1:15, and Keck goes 13.98 at 98. And famously, McNamara was the antithesis of a car guy or a car person. He legitimately just did not care about the product at all in terms of what it looked like, sounded like, or smelled like. He just wanted to make sure it sold. And that's how Iacocca was able. Lee Iacocca had to trick him into agreeing to make the Mustang. And the only reason he was allowed to do it is because he used a bunch of Falcon parts to make the thing.
Right. Yeah, I think he literally killed Edsel without ever having visited anybody in Edsel management. It was a line item on the race decision. $13.39 left-hand side, $14.67 at 91 miles an hour on the right.
Okay, Delta is closed. Lonnie, Delta closed. Delta's closed. So we're going to run out our Delta cars, and then we will open her up to the all-run. Delta lanes are officially closed as we run out the rest of our traffic here. $13.15 for John Bucci as Spencer Moorfield goes 11.88 at 118 miles an hour on the Gun Lake Casino side. Beautiful 1969 Pontiac GTO Judge on the right side. Don Springer, the 2013 Chevy Camaro. The Judge program for the GTO is kind of an interesting historical piece as well, because when the Judge was first devised or first thought up, it was going to be a competition car for the Roadrunner. The Judge was going to be a stripped-down GTO, devoid of options, as light as they could possibly make it, and then it became the opposite of that, with all kinds of luxury options and extra weight.
And then in 1971, they came out with the GT37, which was a GTO without all the gingerbread on it, and that was the Roadrunner competitor, but by then, it was too late.
And the GT37 was also there to fool the insurance companies into making sure you could buy a fast car that didn't say GTO on the side.
Yeah, there was also the T37, which replaced the Tempest. It was the Tempest was no longer the lowest model. It was the T37.
Here comes the high-riding F100 Ford pickup truck.
331 Ford small block power in this thing, and you'll notice it's the unibody. I don't know if there's anybody left in the world who's not seen the unibody. I think they're really cool.
They are cool.
Yeah. You'll notice there is no gap between the bed and the cab, which is what that means on the unibody. And that one's a rather unusual short bed, dumping gas all over the track. Wow, how do you keep that up all the way to the 8th mile and beyond?
You know, a little dab will do you. John Gilliard, 1296-103. And the incontinent pickup truck goes 1411 at 95.
The Hemi Henry J. These things were really popular. Well, I can't say they were really popular. Yeah. They were notable in the gas classes back in the day.
That's the best way to put it.
It's why we remember them now, but they were not ubiquitous.
No, they just had such a unique shape, and honestly, they were, when you look at the cars that were used primarily as gassers, these are among the newest cars that were used body style-wise. The 48 Anglias, the early 40s Willys, the 30s Willys. you know, when you talk about a Kaiser Henry J, you're talking about typically a 1950 to 52 model year car. There was still a cheap throwaway car, but in the popularity peak of the gassers.
Well, and think about that. They were running cars that were economy cars. The Willys was a cheap line
the
car.
Willys America was
Henry
garbage.
J, it would be like running a Yugo in comparison.
Yes.
And those were the race cars that we all remember today. And, of course, they ran the 55 Chevys. I always think there were so many 55 Chevys hacked into drag racing cars and ruined in circle track racing. I think that the Ford Crown Vic is going to be the 55 of the future when we all say to ourselves, I can't believe how many I drove into the wall.
Yeah.
Because they're no longer available, and they were really the last full-frame American rear-wheel drive V8 car.
Kid just bought one, 1282 at 104 miles an hour. He'll be one of the last of the Mohicans on those.
Not counting, of course, the later model Dodge Charger, because that is not a full-frame car.
1410 at 98 for Doug Poirier in the 1954 Kaiser Henry J. We have just about emptied the lanes here of our D category cars, so we will get word from Lonnie Grimm when he wants us to taps. Very cool Caravan of wagons leaving the pit area. About a 61 Chevy and about a 77 Ford. Or is it a Pontiac? Oh, that's a Pontiac. Jeez Louise, I thought it was an LTD first. That's a big old Pontiac. That thing rules. David Hart, the 1209, 126 miles an hour. Dallas Shelton, 1189 at 114. Sharon Bogardus and Mike Bennett. Bennett goes 12:02, 110. Bogardus goes 12:64, 106 in the Hornet. Again, we have closed the lanes to Delta. We're going to go all run here in just a couple of minutes. Going to open those lanes up for those of you wanting to make that final last-ditch pass. Craig White and Jake Youngblood leaving the starting line. So we are going to prep the racetrack before we go into the all-run session, which is about 5 pair away. Blake Ayers and Bob Ayers. It is going to be Blake getting the better of the Ayers battle. 12:13 outruns 12:34 or 12:43. John Nucha and Vince Rash going down. Rash in his Pontiac, Nucha in the Dakota truck. And as I see a 4-door Chevrolet at the front of the line, all run. All run will take you. All runs at the head of the lanes, we will take all run. All run session to the lanes, please. So Vince goes 13:63, 107. Nucha goes 13:03 at 106. Rob Mazer and Jim Beard leave the starting line. Beard in the 1985 S10 pickup truck, and Rob Mazer, the 1966 Plymouth. We have called all run. All run to the lanes, please. All run, we have called you and open up the lanes for all run. And Jim Beard goes 14:05. Oh, cool. At 99 miles an hour. Rob Mazer, 13:60 at 103.
Get the best racing features with MSD's Ultra 6AL and Ultra 6AL Plus, and an all-new MSD mobile app for configuring your ignition. Completely redesigned, all in a smaller package. Find out more about MSD's latest products at Holley.com.
Now customers can save up to $140 when you purchase an MSD Pro-Built Ignition Bundle. These packages include a Pro-Built distributor, new Ultra 6AL ignition box, plus a Blaster 2 coil. Your complete ignition upgrade is one click away. Visit MSDignition.com for all the details.
All right, you guys aren't ready for this, man. This is from Tremec. It is their TKX. It's not just the latest offering in a 5-speed. This is the first performance-based aftermarket 5-speed designed for us in the aftermarket.
You said it, man. It's got awesome features. I didn't want to miss this one, man.
Yeah.
Everything from an in-load versus a top load. So they spent a lot of time getting this package shape down so it fits up under tunnels a lot easier. You can drop this in a Chevelle A body without a single mod of the tunnel.
Yeah, no floor pan work, not near the tunnel work. And look at all the features it has, man. Everything is designed for performance, from the guts to the gaskets to the packaging. And check out these shifter positions. All right, you can alter it. If you don't like the shifter here, you can move it here. If you don't like it there, you can move it up here.
Yeah, and the synchros inside. So this is the old TKO, a single centered bronze, a single friction surface. Now you've got a modern multi-cone, right, with carbon fiber lining on the inside for extreme bite, extreme durability, and 7,500 RPM shifts all day. Wider gears, everything's been shot peened, roller bearings on the in shafts. I mean, this thing is ready to go pound and hound the guy in the next lane.
All right, there you have it, man. The TKX from Tremec, the brand new 5-speed. Woo, it is sweet.
Oh, I'm fired up on this, baby, man.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means turning some rust into rolling artwork. Built with Summit means you're making something that was already fast, even faster. It means that your project will be on the road or track long after you've bolted it together. And Built with Summit means you're doing it with in-stock parts, fast shipping, expert advice, and the best prices. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Since 1963, the name Mickey Thompson has been synonymous with pushing boundaries and gaining traction where others dare not venture. Mickey Thompson Tires and Wheels.
And we are back here. Track prep completing as we have opened the lanes up to all run. Bunch of takers, of course. Maybe not as many as we've had in days past. So many people have made the trip out. Steve Speece is in the lanes with the Nova. Trying to hold serve, if you will, trying to hold on to that second spot. We know right now that Brian Goldstone is actively disassembling the engine in his car to repair the cylinder head.
Well, and if he torched ahead, I'm guessing the piston wasn't far behind.
Typically, these things work in pairs, if not worse. Finnegan's in the lanes and Blasphemy. A late night in Indianapolis led to a early morning drive for them today, but they got here and fixed a couple of small issues they had.
And clearly the fog delay helped them a lot, that fogging delay.
Steve Fuentes Racing saying Willie B is straight up gangster. Saw Willie B in that last ad with Kevin about the transmission. So with all the breakage, are we all in danger of losing the shop?
Tony is.
Yeah.
Tony,
all of us are. All of us are.
Tony got a whole shot on me on the T-shirts that say, "We're going to lose the shop." I should have done that. Tony was there first.
Casper asking if KJ's been dropping any more bombs today. If he has done so in a very quiet manner. Maybe some internal bombs.
Probably under his breath right now.
Sean Howard's asking anybody know the deal with the pearl white first gen modern Chrysler 300. Looks like it's body dropped on another chassis. It's not body dropped. The guy's put a shorter tire on it. It's like cheating the car with a gear ratio increase. Rather than taller tire makes it act like it's got a taller gear. You put a smaller diameter tire on it. Actually, your final drive ratio is a little bit more favorable, I guess, acceleration-wise. Hopefully the boat can be repaired. Those guys took the tree and then backed out, so they obviously knew they had a problem, but they did get a lapse, or they got a credit for taking the tree, so it means they get the 20-second default elapsed time. Justin McCafferty asking if I'm going to give Willie Dog more beef jerky. Man, that story's gotten around. No, Willie Dog is, I'm sure, back at home in Georgia somewhere.
The boat comment reminds me of a story that is apropos of absolutely nothing, but curious to me. I knew a guy who was there for the nuclear testing at the atolls in the Pacific.
Oh, Bikini Atoll, yeah.
Yeah, and he was, Able Blast, Baker Blast, all of that stuff. After they were done, his job was to go over the side and repaint the ship because it blasted all the paint off the side of it. And I'm talking about the observation ship.
Miles away.
Yes.
Yikes.
He said all the soldiers would sit there and the officers would have the glasses on, but the soldiers just had to close their eyes and watch through their eyelids.
Jeez Louise.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Talking about repairing the boat just triggered that one.
Wow.
Yep. Yeah, that guy was my older brother.
Only by 2 years, though. Been asked how traveling bacon is. So I had this. It's actually Frank Romano gave it to me years ago. Gave me traveling bacon. And
does this really need to come back?
No, it doesn't need to come back. I actually lost it.
Good.
It went around for years.
And by lost, you mean incinerated when I got home with it?
No, the thing literally went on all kinds of adventures with me. It went in people's cars and everything. It went in a dragster, went 300 miles an hour, did all kinds of stuff. And then I forget what racer I gave it to that zip tied it to their roll cage, and I've never seen it again.
Yeah, I took it and incinerated it at my house.
Wow.
I didn't love traveling bacon.
Yeah. Anything that brings joy to other people typically upsets you, so I understand that.
Hashtag professional announcer until I send the link to Steve.
It is bizarre to be blackmailed with your own work. That is kind of an interesting plot twist I didn't consider. We have determined that those of you at home have not gotten your USDA allotment of backdrop yet. So we're coming to the backdrop scene here to give you a little of that. It's what people want.
You got to give them what they want.
You got to do it. David refuses to wear the event shirts, always self-promoting his own gear here. He's got his firing order shirt on. Loyal soldier.
Compliant.
The Drag Week shirt.
Yep. Very, very flexible.
Thank you. Got my Firebird Raceway chapeau on. The new family out there does a fantastic job. Hopefully there's some folks out in the greater Boise area watching. A lot of drag racing fans out there.
I feel like that family is rife for a who's on first routine. The new family. There's a new family there? Ah, man, I just can't win today.
You can win.
Or any other day.
You can win. You will win.
I'll win on Friday when you're
You'll win
gone.
Eventually.
Right. We're looking for questions on the live feed in case you're wondering why you're looking at the top of Brian's head in the live feed like this.
Showing off the logo.
Someone loves your YouTube channel. Do they mean you or me? I don't know.
Yes, they mean both of us.
You think?
I'm sure they're content consumers of both of our YouTubular magic.
Yeah.
Well, there you have it. So you've got
Perfect.
now your
we got out of it.
Allotted backdrop shot.
The 1-843-6572 t-shirt actually is a conversation starter and fumbling worder because people look at it and go, what is that? The general public has no idea what it's about, but it's like a dog whistle for car guys.
Oh, yeah.
Because they'll all come up to you, oh, dude, I know that shirt. And what's interesting is everyone goes, it's a firing order of a small block Chevy. And a big block Chevy and a small block Mopar and a big block Mopar and Pontiacs and some Oldsmobiles and Internationals and AMCs and Studebakers and Packards.
When are you coming out with the Oddfire Buick V6 shirt? That's going to be the real seller.
That's a real winner.
That's
you know,
I
tried to come out with the Ford HO and original firing order shirt, and KJ bought like 6 dozen, but that was it. That was it. And he only bought the HO. The rest stayed on the shelf.
Tracked the shipping, and it was a heavy order from Reseda, California. It all went to this one.
Yeah. One address. Someone asked me if I remember Nick Scavo in his 65 Impala. Somehow he comes up in the commentary on every live feed. And yes, I do remember it at places like US 131, where that big old black 65 Impala was probably one of the first, well, him and Randy Lambert were among the first of the giant GMB bodies that I saw that absolutely hauled down the track. And if memory serves, they were probably in the 9s, and they just seemed incredibly over the top.
Yeah, it might have been
then.
high 8s or low 9s or something like that. But I think the Scavo thing comes up so often because, and I mean this in a good way, it was a car that you guys had to put in the magazine every race you feature because it would leave like that.
It was
and
so ludicrous.
Every photo of that thing doing a giant wheel stand is like, we have to use this photo. What are we going to put something that's sitting still? I mean, so yeah, that's why we all remember it, because it was a great car. And it was one of the most photogenic cars of that era of drag racing of any type.
And he had a big personality.
Yeah.
It all added up. I saw Randy Lambert's car was at that Havlic's Fastest Street Car Shootout.
Yeah, with him, Randy.
Was it Randy?
Oh,
yeah. I remember Randy Lambert's car. You know what? We were probably here during the year that I followed every Fastest Street Car Shootout race, and he ate a motor, which I believe was a 565, because the carburetor vent tube fell out. And I always remembered that, and I always tug on the vent tube as a result, with the exception of the time I went to Bonneville and ate a carburetor vent tube and destroyed my 478 or 489 or whatever it was. 492. It was a big bore short stroke deal.
$3K Hoopty Challenge going to happen again, they're asking. That was a fun, I mean, there was 2 versions of that. You did one with KJ, you and I did one. 3K Hoopty Challenge.
Yeah.
We did the Facebook Watch version. That did you and KJ did like the Hoopty Olympics or something like that.
Oh, yeah, we did the World Hoopty Championships. We're talking about different TV shows that we've been involved with on MotorTrend. You can stream all of that stuff on Discovery Plus or Max, as in formerly HBO Max.
The original landing spot for the 3K Hoopty Challenge was Facebook Watch when that first came out, and it was a grand boondoggle. The making of the show was great. The people
the
behind
making
the
of the
scenes,
show was a boondoggle, actually, too.
Yeah.
Or a fiasco.
Yeah, fiasco.
Okay, we can tell this story. Here's the greatest thing I remember about the 3K Hoopty Challenge. Well, there's a couple things. First of all, do you remember we were both wearing the 3K Hoopty Challenge t-shirts with our names on the back?
Yes.
And the guy said, I'm going to need you guys to change wardrobe because I can't tell you apart.
Yeah, they literally said we look too much alike.
I literally can't tell which one of you is which.
Yeah.
That was hilarious.
So they went to Walmart,
and
literally.
I refused to wear the apparel.
And they came. It looked like somebody had robbed a St. Vincent de Paul clothing drop. They came back with trash bags of just unwearable garbage, and we're just like, you know what, we'll just wear these. Then they were concerned that there wasn't enough fans in the stands at Tucson Dragway.
This is the greatest.
And there was this little weaselly, mealy-mouthed jerk that worked for Facebook who decided that his idea was, let's get a van and drive around and just pick people up and bring them to the racetrack.
Let's go to downtown Tucson and just have someone, get some attractive person and then walk up to people on the streets and just load up this van and bring them back to fill the grandstands. I'm like, okay. Let me go over this scenario. You're going to get a van, and you're going to go
lure people
downtown and randomly ask people to get in the van with you to come out into the middle of nowhere. Is that what you're suggesting?
He's like, well, when you say it like that, it doesn't sound like such a great idea.
Oh, did we have Wiley Stevens nominated for that?
And then, as all this is going on, we walk out of this building to get ready to shoot some part of the show, and there is a man standing there with an actual timber wolf as his pet.
Right.
Not a timber wolf mix of a dog.
Well,
I said freaking timber wolf, and it is huge. And it was definitely capable of eating anything it wanted to eat within a 10-mile radius.
I said, "Can I pet your dog?" And he's like, "Sure." And I'm petting him. And what kind of dog is this? It's a wolf. Yeah. What really? Wolf.
Yeah.
And it was a wolf.
It was a legit wolf.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was crazy. That whole thing was crazy. And then we had the guy that was monitoring our
was the greatest
communication channels and monitoring the coin toss, and it was
Remember, we won that guy over, though.
That guy loved us by the end.
He was the legal guy who was there to make sure that the contest was absolutely fair and legal, and that we didn't say anything that tipped it the wrong way. And everybody else there was a complete tool. But this guy,
that guy was good.
He swung our direction. He's like, these guys are cool. And pretty soon we're like, can we say this? He's like, give it a shot.
Give it a shot. All right, so this Mustang of Kevin Adams rolling up with a fresh 6-liter in it. R.I.P. to the number 6 piston of the old engine.
Bye-bye. Number
6 piston didn't come down for breakfast this morning. And Mike Maione right side. Mike has been battling. This guy stuffed the power glide. Richie Brandon's power glide in this car yesterday. Hey,
sorry about your power glide, Richie.
Hey, Richie, you got another one? So Kevin Adams going to go down the VP side of the racetrack, 13-14 at 102.53. Mike Maione goes 14.58 at 99. And yeah, when the engine comes up on rev like that and the car doesn't move, it's typically not the best of signs.
I treed you by about a hun on that one.
You did. You did pull a whole shot on me. Jeff Mull and Nate Bender. Steve Spees coming around the corner. Is Jeff going to try to better his time from this morning? Nate Bender coming up into Pontiac. Nice launch for Jeff. Landed the tire, you saw him tried to pick the front end up, and maybe actually did a tiny bit. And Jeff will go at 9:45 and 143.
And didn't shake hands with his friend, The Wall.
Right, Pontiac goes 13:94.99. Shake Hands with Danger. You ever see that movie?
No.
Oh, it's a good one. If you're ever on a plane, go to YouTube and look up Shake Hands with Danger. It's an old school, like, industrial accident movie.
Is it in color?
No, well, barely.
Then I haven't seen it.
It's super cheap. Yeah. You don't have. There's not a piano backing, and then it stops and it shows slates of words. It's not that type of movie.
Right.
Steve Speece.
Is it like Red Asphalt? You never saw Red Asphalt?
No.
They didn't teach you to drive. With
Signal 8 or whatever it was. Yeah. Cole Poncelet right side, and this is a big run for Steve Speece.
Nope.
Same thing it's done the last couple of runs. Every time he gets the thing up in the two-step, it just shuts itself off. Cole Poncelet, the Gun Lake Casino Lane, 1290 at 103 miles an hour. He does have it refired. They're going to let Poncelet get off the top end.
Yeah, Blood on the Highway, Red Asphalt. They were all those scared straight kind of movies. Shake Hands with Danger.
But he said he watched it in class yesterday. Well. Drove through some early tire shake, and Steve Speece goes down a 7 flat at 198 miles an hour. It is not the glory number they wanted, but it's the number they got, and it may keep their hopes alive big time here.
Very well could if they can make it to the next track. This is going to be super interesting tonight to find out who makes it, who doesn't. We know that Goldstone is in the pits, probably putting a piston in it, definitely welding ahead. And we know Alex Taylor was looking pretty good. I still see them there converting the thing to street mode to try and get out of here.
I wonder if Steve tries to make one more. I don't know. But the thing, I'll tell you this. People wonder, like, what's experience worth in drag racing? Steve Speece has made enough runs in enough different cars. He knew he could drive through the tire shake. He was experienced there. A lot of guys would have lifted. He powered through it, and it did clean up. Bill Schwartz trying to run 850, and he had to pedal the car the first 60 feet, so that's not looking too good for him here. Schwartz goes an 868, 171. He'll be back in line. Dave Gallimore goes a 1082 at 130. Clark Rosenstengel coming through the water here momentarily. Going to put those rear tires back in the puddle. Car was kind of lazy to build boost there. Did not get the tire turned off. He got them dried off anyway. They at least squeaked enough. And there's enough temperature in the racetrack that it should still work okay if he can get the car to spool up like he needs to in the starting line. It'd be Kyle Buntley next to him. Mike Finnegan getting ready to make the turn here at the top of the staging lanes. Clark's got it boosted now. You can hear that thing whooshing down there. Wow, nice job. Drove out, hovered the front end, 8th mile speed of 159, and he goes 7:32.9 and 204.45 miles an hour for Clark Rosenstengel. Buntley's car has trouble. He is still coasting past the 1,000-foot mark, and he finished the run 19:23 at 54. And this is Craig Sorensen in the Signet, right side. Chevrolet Silverado on the left. The truck runs down at 1085, and the Valiant Signet goes 1161.6, 123. And the saga of Mike Finnegan moves on to day number 3 officially here as Blasphemy makes its way up toward the starting line. This 1955 Chevy, Stick shifted. Had a huge wheelie yesterday in Indy. Landed hard. They went to Johnny Lindbergh's shop. Clearly worked on the front end for a couple of hours, and they barely got here today. You're running next to Andy Tagg with the gate down in the pickup truck.
On and off, over to the right-hand side. Just that front wheel's looking a little bit funky. He cuts a 134 60-foot 570 to the 8th 887. So he's making good runs again. That's a little bit slower than what he was looking for. He went 870 on day one. He needs to run in the 830s to get around Wayne Baker today.
Yeah, 887, 154. The 134 short time, we heard him on and off the throttle early. That's a lot of room to make up. Ty Cobb jamming gears with his chrome roll bar equipped Ranger. 1627, 84 miles an hour. TJ Linebaugh will be coming up next on the right-hand side. And Linebaugh's on a nice pull here. TJ goes 851.7 at 160 miles an hour. Very clean, very nice run. Brian Acton now. Acton trying to run a 50. Knowing that his competition, Randy Seward, has already done that job, running 8:5:07 this morning. It is a traffic jam to leave the drag strip right now. Lots of cars and trailers making their way out. Safe travel, safe driving to everybody that's hitting the road for Milan, Michigan. Acton and Robert Ambrose. Ambrose left before the tree was activated. Acton is just going to stand pat, so Ambrose will get nothing. Acton going to restage the car. Rolling down the left-hand side of the racetrack. Goes 853, 158.84 miles an hour. The big Buick coming up on the right side. Brent McCoy on the left. McCoy's car just tore a couple of bald spots in the starting line. The Buick over there on the right side goes 10-10-7, 143. Michael Jordan bumping in with the Hemi-powered Dart. Was running wheel-to-wheel with Jason Willis until he wasn't. Pulls away from him, goes 963.9 at 125. Willis goes down to a 1062 at 130. Neil Jenks and Kyle Oles coming up next. Put a nice wheel stand off the starting line, enough to get the ultimate compliment from Freiberger when he said that was nice. Except he said it to himself and not into a microphone that he had in his right hand. I'll relay that to you. 933, 144 for Kyle. Jenks goes 1208, 115. Allison Jenks, 2019 Charger. Chris Merry. Just give me some of that 850 love. That's what he's looking for. Okay, for Chris Merry, this is looking promising. At the 8th mile, it's looking even better than that. He's on the hot side. Lift, Chris. Too quick. 847, 161. I was trying to help. Allison Jenks goes 1545, 493. Right turn, Clyde. Tom Hogshead and Dave Morahan. Do you have a singular, and this would be a tough one for me to answer too, but do you have a singular standout drag week vehicle of all time? That one goes to the audience too. That's a group question. I'm throwing it to David, but that's also a group question.
Yeah, what is the single coolest of all time?
902.5, 150 miles an hour for Morahan. Tom Hogshead goes 1025, 129.72.
We know it's not the camouflage Camaro.
With respect to the camouflage Camaro, no. That's on a different list of mine.
I like so many of the stories, like the kid who had the little Honda and he changed the engine in the parking lot while he was camping in it.
Yep, that was cool.
That was really cool. Honestly, the electric car guy pulling that out of junkyard parts and camping in it is cool.
Chad Garut, Jake Youngblood. Garut goes down the racetrack, 949, 141.87. Youngblood, 1297, 7105.
The Steve Vatwell Dart's hard for me to overlook.
Right. I mean, it's an easy one for me. The pink version of the Nova for me is like, that's, you know, little personal connection with the two, but that to me was just such a revelation.
And if you snapped it back into today, it would be so cool.
It would still stand the test of time.
In the 20-year gap, it was sort of not cool at the time because it was a little bit of a throwback. You add 20 years to that, and it's epic.
Yeah.
He should almost redo it.
Yeah.
He's running through quicksand or something.
Chris is having big trouble with that thing over there, and he's been having trouble with it for a couple of days. Chris Engel. It is just, you can see it's just belching black smoke out of it. It is loaded up real bad with fuel, 22.99 at 53 miles an hour. There is a critical issue there. And it was funny how so many of the early cars, especially that first year, whether it was Phil Cooper in the purple car, whether it was Larry, whether it was Carl. I mean, the Chevy 2s for some reason were like the thing. And even Max Carter. Like it's so weird how many Chevy 2s have been high level or well known in this genre of drag racing.
Because they weren't that common as hot rods to begin with. They're expensive now because they're unusual. They're worth more than Camaros. $981, 140 on the left-hand side, 1155, 92 in the opposite lane.
Zach Caserba and Sharon Bogardus. Jeff's black. Jeff's black 57.
Oh, of course, yeah. Well, I was just sitting here thinking Glenn Hunter's car.
Again, Glenn Hunter's car with the Whipple or with the turbos, take it either way.
Yeah.
Frank's car.
I'd have to take it with the turbos.
11006, 123 for Zach. Sharon goes 1280 at 106.99.
Earlier this week in Tech Inspection, I couldn't believe how much I liked Theron's car. I mean, I'd seen it before, obviously, looked it over, but it was just reminding me, it is Santa. Thing's clean, and the body style is cool.
Steve Eaton goes 1047 to 127. John Nuccia goes 1277 at 108 miles an hour. George Wright just stuck the tire and the thing was bouncing up and down on the leaf springs. Bob Ritchie, Gun Lake Casino side, goes 1047.9, 127. VP Racing Fuels side, 1109 for Wright. Jared Fowler and A.J. McPherson.
Someone was asking why that Duster doesn't have a hood. I guess they didn't fix it. They just left it behind somewhere.
It did yesterday, and then it blew off in the lights at Indianapolis, and they decided that hoods are for fools, man. Hoods are for fools. Jared Fowler, 1219, 111 miles an hour. A.J. McPherson kind of stumbling down here on the right side of that 2014 Chevrolet Camaro.
Uh-oh, don't look now, but the Pro Mods Aren't Streetcars conversation has begun.
Wow. You guys are the slowest audience ever to pick that one up. That's usually 2 minutes into day one. Homer Simpson, you must be a lot of fun at parties. So you're going to make an assumption that the car was not properly insured, and if he had gotten into a wreck, which he didn't do, the theoretical insurance company that it wasn't insured through would have said, that's not what we insured.
Right.
So the thing that didn't happen to the company that
would have
doesn't
been rejected.
to the company that doesn't exist would have resulted in a problem that has never been talked about in the universe, except for the one you just created.
And FYI, every one of these cars has an insurance card that is checked before they hit the road. As a matter of fact, one of them had an issue this week. I think it was Hogshead, where his insurance card had one letter off of his VIN. He was like, oh, it's a typo. And they had to try and get that fixed.
Ricky Edwards and Joey Nichols, 1409 and 93 is Edwards, 1262, 3 at 112.25.
Guy likes milk truck. That's a pretty solid argument. As far as novelty entertainment, I think the milk truck's the best.
Jesse Badafri's Truckter will be back. He was unable to make the trip this year, but the Truckter will return. 10-week build, first pass is what it says on Scott Glassbrook's Jeep. Now, we have not seen this Jeep, so it was 10 weeks and a couple days, but he is here now. And Orlando Garza did not have whatever he was trying to fixed. He's going to roll into it, drive down. Meanwhile, Scott Glassbrook in the Jeep going 81 in the 8th. And the Cherokee goes 13:58.6 at 99.
George Gallimore's Monte Carlo.
Oh, yeah, top 12. That could be it, actually. Mike Roy's Monte Carlo, but George Gallimore's Monte Carlo, of all those big Montes, you know what? I think that's it. For me, I think that's probably it. Okay. If you drove here in a Honda CRV, it might not have a transfer case in the parking lot because Bob Courtney's back up again. He has a CRV transfer case in this thing, and he needed one. So sorry about that. He had an extra one with him. He's going to the 8s again as Courtney goes 9:11, 157. He had to pedal it. He'll get back in line. Man, that thing rules.
So cool.
Yeah, George Gallimore's car. Man alive, that thing, chef's kiss perfect. And every year we thought, there's no way this thing goes faster. It's like, oh no, it's going faster. Did it run 200? I know it ran close to it. Upper reaches maybe. Let's go back and look.
Not in the 200-mile-an-hour club, so I'm guessing no, because I think that we started that a few years after Drag Week started.
Yeah.
And I think they retroactively put a couple in.
Yeah. But it was beastly fast and huge and all of it. And John Ferrone unable to get that car staged. Oh, man, there you go. That was a drive shaft exiting the chat for Craig Sorensen. And actually the most violent launch we've seen out of the little Signet. Came up, picked the front end up, and then you saw all that dust when the U-joints are no longer man enough for the job.
As an added bonus, when you chuck a drive shaft like that, you usually get a tail shaft housing. If you're lucky, it breaks a pinion which shafts the drive shaft, which breaks the tail shaft housing. Yeah.
I broke an entire turbo, 700 R4 off the back of my Caprice's engine on the dyno years ago.
And that was just with your cutting wit.
Right, that was just me saying mean things to it. He really did have that thing tuned up, though, because it left and hiked that left front before everything came to a quick end. Nope. Shaking the tires, hovering the front end. He's pedaling all over the place. 776 at 194. And by God, he paid to use the right lane, so he'll use as much of it as he wants. Man, you can see the tire shake marks that pushed him toward the middle. You can see where he pedaled it in the center of the track. Every run so far for Ferrone has been a bit of an adventure in that car the last couple of days.
Mopar's 8th mile time is 7:14, 10:99 at 1,320 feet. And the right-hand side, 13:09 at 99 miles an hour. And there goes the Hellcat-powered 70 Plymouth Satellite. 161 60 foot, 8th mile 693, quarter mile 1078 at 127 miles an hour. It runs roughly the same as my Charger ran with Hellcat power. The left-hand side 1294 at 108. That was leisurely in the Little Ranger. However, he will avert your attention from its performance with the looks of that chrome roll bar and lights on the top. The right-hand side went 1298 at 105 miles an hour. The Ranger 1621 at 85. The Powerglide Eater is here. All right, the Monza is leaking stuff out, so we're going to send left lane only. Up, it lifted a little bit in the middle there. It's interesting. It didn't look like it was at all squirrely, but I did hear an RPM drop. 948 at 144 miles an hour. Hey, Brian, I have some good news for you. The water box on the right side is not going to freeze over anytime soon. Not for quite a while.
Did somebody run over the ghost from Ghostbusters and drag him down the track?
Yeah. Steve Eden, 10:22. I think that's his best number of the week. 128.94 miles an hour.
Sharon Bogardus, 1268, 106 miles an hour. Lanes are closing in 10 minutes. Lanes are closing in 10 minutes. If you are in the lanes with a reasonable level of preparedness, you're good, but you got to be in the lanes before we close them in 10 minutes. Once again, lanes are closing in 10. .1125, 221 miles an hour.
This start is 940s capable, judging by his ET on day one. Not this time.
1071, 135 for Bill Jordan. 9 minutes. The lanes will close in 9 minutes. T-minus 9 minutes, the lanes will close. Mike Weiser was looking for that back window. He's added some blue tape to the white tape that's securing it. Reinforcement. Tomorrow we will head to Milan. Tonight we'll head to Milan Dragway. We'll be racing there tomorrow. 11:55, 119. Another one of the tracks that opened up in the early 1960s in Michigan. This track opened in 62. Milan, the land was purchased in 63. Began racing there in 64.
It'll be fun. You should come. Not you.
That was, well, I mean, that was, talk about a sales job. That was a heck of a sales job you put on that one. Neil Jenks. I really like Neil's little dart down here. And Jenks will power through. 12:05, 115. Do you find yourself, obviously you meet tons of fans out on the road and everything, and do you find there's an age break when people identify you or ask you about different project cars, or is it mostly all just TV cars now? Or do some guys still recall magazine cars?
You have to be pretty old at this point to say, for instance, I remember the Cheap Thrills dart.
Yeah.
You know, 1994. It was 30 years ago. Definitely get a bunch of 20-somethings that come and say, hey, you got me into cars I've been watching since I was 10 years old, and that's the best reason to even do my job. It's awesome when I get told stuff like that. 14:45 at 97 miles an hour.
We were reliving some stories the other day. I was driving around with my son Jack. We were talking about different things, but Jake Youngblood rolls in. When I was a senior in high school, me and 3 of my buddies got together. We put together this crummy little, like, basically test and 2-night / bracket race Firebird. The whole thing for $1,250, believe it or not. 1280 and 106 miles an hour for Jake Youngblood. And my son was like reveling in this idea. I remember we went to Hyde Park, Massachusetts. I borrowed my dad's truck and trailer. We went to Hyde Park just outside of Boston, and there was a trailer park in Hyde Park, which was really weird. There was a guy selling a Caprice that had a bought a V6 Firebird that had a blown-up engine for a couple $100. Went to the junkyard and bought a rear end for $175. We got a posi traction, 323 geared rear end for a Camaro. And then my buddy Dave, his brother, wrecked his Camaro, so we bought the long tail shaft 350 that he had that fits into place in the 700R Ford. $1,250. We ran it all summer long. My dad and I bracket raced it, and my buddies ran it on Wednesday and Friday nights.
It is very difficult these days to get a V8 rear-wheel drive anything for $1,250.
Even if you just want to shell anything, I mean, yeah, it's rolling.
Look, Brian, it's the remnants of my soul at the side of the track up here.
Oh, and they've been extinguished.
Right.
1042 at 138 miles an hour for Brent McCoy. Oh, by the way, yeah. But the moral of that story for me, too, was like, it was, I don't know, it was a very fun thing to do with a couple of your buddies. And it was, again, when we kind of were up there running the thing, it went 1380, and it was just the most fun.
It's not bad.
It was the most fun thing. Yeah, my dad gave me I got a Torquer intake and camshaft and a set of headers for Christmas. And there really wasn't much to it, that put a Holly on it. And
that comes back to what I was saying yesterday, is that in drag racing, if you go to the internet, everybody will always tell you that your car can be faster. Oh, you put together a junkyard 350 and went 1380, mine goes 1090. What's your problem?
Yeah.
Nah, you got to look at the whole combination, but more importantly, going fast with the stuff you have and achieving your own goals. And
that's what it's about.
If I throw together some garbage for $1,250 and it goes 14-0 all day and I finally break into the 13s,
oh, it
was,
yeah, it was
I'm
colossal.
ecstatic.
Yeah, it was great. Man, 57 Ranchero, look at that thing. That's cool. That is not a rarely or a very commonly seen model to be rolling around.
Ford hole-shotted Chevy on the American Ute.
Yeah, that is
by what? They started them in 57.
Yeah.
Right. Chevy didn't have one
and I'm
until
typically
59.
I'm not much of a moon disc guy outside of Bonneville, but that thing looks good with the moon discs on it. It's kind of a mild custom, right?
Yeah.
Lowered a little bit. Neat. And behind it is the Camaro with a trailer made of road signs. Safe travels, boys. Drive well. We'll see you in Milan, Michigan tomorrow.
Lanes close in 3 minutes.
Lanes will close in 3 minutes. For all of you that have come to hang out with us here at US 131 Motorsports Park, thank you very much for being a part of Drag Week 2024. Pleasure to have everybody out here in the stands, and make sure you're checking the schedule for US 131 Motorsports Park. Each and every season, this track specifically has a load of great events. Northern Nitro Nationals, they still put on. They were just running Nitro cars here a week or so ago. A guy in a Nostalgia Funny car ran 300 miles an hour. One of the first guys to ever do it with a legit Nostalgia body on. Twin mag car, or single mag car, right, Jason? Yeah, single magneto car. Ran a low 5-second run at 300, and just a really neat accomplishment. Do a lot of great stuff up here, great pro mod shows. NMCA comes through here, it's great.
2 minutes to lanes. 2 minutes. Larry Dixon Jr., who we were talking to yesterday in the tower in the shipping container, he runs a 2-seat top fuel car pretty frequently up here at 131. You can actually pay to get in the car and take a ride to the 8th in a top fuel car.
It is a real deal top fuel car.
1 minute. Lanes are closed in 1 minute. Lanes are closed. It is 3:30. Staging lanes are closed. If you are in lanes, we'll run you out, but that is the end.
A major thank you to Rick Johnson, to Gear Vendors Overdrive, as we get ready to run our final handful of cars here. All right, Chris Murray coming up right-hand side, one of the last less than half dozen cars to run. Malibu guy, the lanes are closed, brother. You're our no bueno. Lanes are closed. McCoy was the last man in.
Hey, Lonnie, you should probably have a look at the back of lanes. You've got some stragglers pulling in.
Chris Murray now trying to run 850. 852, 162. So Jake Youngblood, his C10 truck. Saw this truck, it's just a really nice, simple setup. It's lowered down a little bit, just cool. Nice, kind of well-worn truck. Now, a reminder, time slips have to be handed in effectively a half hour from right now. You have less than a half hour to get your time slips in before our operation fully packs up and moves on down the road. 1282 for Jake Youngblood. Brian Acton making his last attempt to run 850. Brian Acton goes down to the Gun Lake Casino side, 852.6 at 159. Brent Buck McCoy. Of course, Buck McCoy, famous for running a car with an iron aluminum cylinder head 1 year, or multiple years, and then with a inflatable passenger in years following. She always looked very surprised. Scott Glassbrook, right side. Glassbrook walks the Jeep off the starting line, 2000 model year Jeep. Trying to run down McCoy, not going to catch him though. McCoy goes 15.87. The Jeep goes 13.85.9 at 99. Mike Weiser. Weiser. Kind of hunting for a gear out there maybe as he goes through the 8th mile at 95 and runs at 11.69 at 103. So Lonnie's looking at his watch. Finnegan's at the back of the lanes, and I believe we're going to have a couple of minutes of him being able to button that thing up, and then that will probably be, I'm guessing, the last car down the racetrack.
And we see Blasphemy being apparently push-started back here. Or perhaps they're rushing up because Lonnie has them on the clock. They've been working on Blasphemy in lanes.
So Finnegan is strapping in right now. It was a long night, it was a long day, and now they will be the final car down the racetrack here on this third day of Drag Week 2024 presented by Gear Vendors. And here comes the blown, heavy-powered 55 Chevy known as Blasphemy of Mike Finnegan. They have not had a lot of time to make adjustments. The car made a high 8-second run last time we saw it. .870 has been Mike's best run of the week so far at 157 miles an hour.
I do like the top glitter, I have to say that. The glitter is cool.
That's what she said.
Bass boat.
Final car of the day. There he goes, 870, 157, matches his best run of the week. He matches his best run of the week to the 1,000th and to within 2/100ths of a mile an hour.
Well, there you go. The thrash was worth it. Thing is, that still puts him behind Wayne Baker.
Yeah, so at least they have a race car back underneath them, and they can have hopefully a couple of strong days left here of Drag Week 2024 presented by Gear Vendors. And we are done for the day here at US 131 Dragway. It has been a great day of action. As is always the case, we will update you first thing in the morning on who's in and who's out, who's broken down, and who's thrashing to fix their stuff. For the racers on the grounds, you now have less than 30 minutes to get your time slips in. If you've not handed in a time slip, stop what you're doing, come up here and hand it in. Second floor of the timing tower. What are your impressions leaving today?
I think there's just a lot of change up. This was the day when we had fewer cars, or we had more cars break down, fewer cars in action today, and there was a bunch of drama on the track that is going to mix up all of the top positions in a couple of the key classes. And of course, if you want to find out exactly what those are, you want to go to hotrod.com. You can get all the results. I would also follow the Hot Rod Facebook page, and you can get the information about what's happening here at Drag Week.
The cliffhangers as we leave you today at US 131. Bryant Goldstone, the engine is being disassembled. They have a cylinder head that needs to be welded and repaired. We don't know if there's more damage beyond that. Steve Speeds came up here, made a nice solid run to end his day. He is going to try to carry on. It does seem that they may have some mechanical concerns to deal with as well. Those are a couple of big players. Alex Taylor made a nice clean run. If those first two guys have a major problem, that places Alex Taylor in the forefront of this thing, not only of her class, of the entire event. So there's going to be a lot to catch you up on in the morning because a lot of stuff's going to transpire over the next 12 hours or so. With that, Thank you to KJ Jones. Thank you to David Freiberger. I'm Brian Lones. We'll see you right back here at MotorTrend YouTube, 8 a.m. tomorrow from historic Milan Dragway in Milan, Michigan.